When you are ready, take a slow breath in and a slow breath out. Tonight, you are very welcome here. In this video, you're going to be invited into a long, quiet journey through time, following the soft lamplight of 20 different taverns connected to the Danish Empire. Not the loud, heroic version of history with trumpets and speeches, but the low-ceiling rooms after the noise is faded, where ordinary people sat with a drink between their hands and tried to make sense of the world they were living in. Across this episode, the story will move gently from coast to coast, but never in a hurry. You'll hear about a small tavern by the Øresund, watching warships and merchant vessels slide past in the dusk, a harbour house in Christiania, where clerks and sailors shared the same tired air, a snow harbour tavern in Iceland, standing against winter storms like a single stubborn candle. You'll visit a smoky room in Greenland where Danish officials and Inuit hunters tried awkwardly to talk across huge distances of language and power, a sugar ship tavern in the West Indies, breathing sugar and rum and hard questions, and a palm gate house in far-off Tranquebar, where temple bells outside mixed with church hymns and trade negotiations inside. The journey will not be rushing from battle to battle or from king to king. Instead, it will stay close to people, the tavern keepers who just wanted to keep a fire burning, clerks who counted numbers that did not always sit easy in their consciences, sailors and labourers who needed somewhere to forget for one evening how hard the next morning would be. You'll spend time in a fort gate house on the African coast, where a single sentence spoken by an interpreter cuts through the polite talk of losses and cargo. And you'll step into the Dybbøl boathouse within earshot of artillery, where an inn was turned overnight into a room full of wounded men. You'll sit under the bells of Roskilde in a place called the Bell House, where old stories of kings and lost ships are told not by scholars but by widows, students, and bell ringers with tired hands. And slowly, very slowly, the story will bring you forward into our own time, into a modern bar called Imperial Nights in Copenhagen, where a faded map of the old empire hangs on the wall, and people with phones in their pockets and headphones in their ears try to decide what to do with the past that still lives quietly inside their city. All of this will be told in a calm, sleep-friendly way. Long, gentle scenes, soft transitions, no sudden loudness, no rushed facts. You don't need to remember dates. You don't need to pass any test at the end. You're invited simply to drift along with the story. Let your imagination picture the rooms and allow your body to loosen as each tavern's lamplight fades and another appears, like a chain of lanterns leading you deeper into the night. Before we truly begin, I'd love to know something about you. Where are you listening from tonight? And what time is it where you are right now? Are you in a small room with the lights turned low somewhere in Europe? Are you on the other side of the world with your phone on the pillow and the night just beginning or almost ending? If you'd like to share, you can gently tell me in the comments I'm listening from, and here it's a clock, so we can see this little map of listeners forming quietly under the video. And if, as you listen, you find that this kind of slow, atmospheric history helps you feel calmer, helps you fall asleep a little easier, you can softly support this work. You don't need to do anything dramatic, just tap the like button so the algorithm knows this is a safe place for you, and subscribe to the channel, The Entire History, so that more nights like this can reach you, waiting in your notifications whenever you need them. You can even tap the little bell so each new journey, each new empire, battle, city, or forgotten tavern arrives right on time for your evenings. For now, You don't have to do anything more. Let your shoulders drop, let your jaw soften, let your breathing slow down. When you're ready, we'll open the door to the first tavern of the Danish Empire, step into the warm light, and let the voices of another time guide you gently towards sleep. You are now listening to part 1 of our quiet journey through the taverns of the Danish Empire, and tonight this part will drift slowly into the origins of a small harbour tavern in Copenhagen, a place where sailors came home from faraway seas. On evenings, when the mist curled low over the harbour at Copenhagen, the tavern by the water did not stand out because of any grand sign or gilded carving. It was just a low, sturdy house of timber and stone, with its roof leaning slightly toward the quay, as if listening to the whisper of the tides. People in the city, when they did bother to name it, called it something simple: the foggy quay tavern, the place where lamps burned late and boots left damp prints across the floor. Inside, the air smelled of salt, tar, and smoke, as though the sea itself had stepped in and decided to rest for a while. Long before the Empire's banners were flown over distant colonies, before maps were inked with lines of controlled coasts and scattered islands, there was only this harbour and a man who watched the ships disappear and return, and felt a tug in his chest each time the sails shrank to white specks on the horizon. The tavern keeper had not always poured ale and wiped tables. In his youth, he had dreamed of sailing, of rounding the headlands and crossing to places whose names sounded like distant bells. But life, as it so often does, handed him different currents. An ailing father, a small inheritance in the form of a damp old building on the quay, and a younger sister who needed someone to bring home bread and firewood. Still, that yearning never quite left him. It settled into the timbers instead, into the way he polished the brass fittings until they glowed like little suns, the way he chose songs for the fiddler that spoke of long voyages and forgotten harbours. He wanted, in the quietest part of his heart, to create something he could not become himself, a haven for those who did sail, a room where their restless stories could anchor and grow heavy enough to stay. On many nights, when the harbour was calm and the lamps outside reflected in the water like trembling stars, he would lean against the counter and listen. The voices of sailors wove together, a French accent describing storms in the Bay of Biscay, a hoarse Norwegian voice remembering ice-clogged fjords, a young Danish cabin boy speaking too fast about islands so green they hurt the eye. Underneath all of it was the steady breath of the sea and the creak of the building, as if the tavern itself was absorbing those tales, letting them sink into the beams overhead and the scratched tables. Yet for all this warmth, the tavern keeper felt a strange emptiness sometimes, like a room at the back of the house that no one ever opened. He watched his guests come and go, laughed with them, poured for them, and then saw them vanish again into the grey dawn, bound for places he only knew from maps pinned crookedly to the wall. There were, too, doubts he did not voice. Was he truly providing a harbour, or just another distraction before the next dangerous embarkation? When a sailor stumbled out, more drunk than steady, headed back to his ship on a cold night, the keeper's hands would clench on the edge of the counter. He had seen men not return. He had watched widows and mothers stand at the quay, eyes fixed on an empty horizon. Sometimes he wondered whether his ale and his warm fire made any difference at all in a world ruled by storms, cannon, and unseen reefs. The tavern, for all its glow, could not change the weather. It could not alter the decisions of admirals or merchants in far-off halls. The keeper's heart lived between a quiet pride and a quiet fear. Was this place a blessing, or merely a pause before fate resumed its course? Outside, the world was growing harsher, more complex. Trade routes stretched farther. Taxes were argued and decreed in languages he did not speak. The Danish crown sought to hold its waterways, to control straits and tolls, to stand as a guardian over the narrow seas that so many ships had to cross. With that ambition came enemies, rival powers, sudden conflicts that sent fleets out under cloudy skies. Storms rolled in from the Skagerrak, tearing sails and splintering masts. News of shipwrecks travelled faster than the ships themselves, borne by small vessels and distraught messengers. Each time a storm raged, the tavern keeper would stand at the window, the shutters rattling under his hands, and imagine his regulars out there, the quiet boatswain with the scar, the old helmsman with the stiff knee, the boy who always drank more water than ale because he still wasn't used to strong drink, against the cold logic of the sea and the ambitions of empires. One small tavern felt terribly fragile, yet the foggy quay tavern was not entirely alone. It had its own allies, though they did not wear uniforms or carry swords. There was the cook, a broad-shouldered woman from the islands who had seen her own share of harsh winters and empty nets. Her stews were thick and gentle, and she had a way of placing a bowl in front of a trembling sailor that made him exhale for the first time in days. There was the fiddler, half blind and completely patient, who never pushed the tempo too hard, always choosing tunes that felt like a lullaby for tired bones. There were the older regulars, retired captains and dock labourers, who knew how to listen more than they spoke, offering a slow nod and a few steady words when younger men were caught between bravado and fear. Even the battered chairs and benches seemed to learn where each man liked to sit, their worn edges smoothing under the weight of returning bodies. On one particular winter night, when the mist had thickened into a heavy cloak, and the lamps outside were halos of pale light, the tavern's purpose was tested. Word spread along the quay that a ship had limped into the harbour after barely surviving a storm in the Øresund. Her sails were torn, her hull leaking, and some of her crew were said to be half frozen, hands raw from clinging to ropes in the icy wind. The door of the tavern opened again and again as men staggered in, faces grey with exhaustion, clothes damp, eyes hollow and bewildered that the solid floor no longer moved. Without discussion, the room shifted. The cook dragged extra wood to the fireplace, the fiddler tucked his instrument away and helped carry blankets. The older patrons rose from their usual spots and gave them up, guiding the newcomers to the benches closest to the heat. The tavern keeper moved through it all quietly, as if this had always been the night the tavern was waiting for. He poured ale, yes, but watered it down so no one would drink too fast on an empty stomach. He pressed warm bread into cold hands and said very little, only the smallest phrases. You're here now. The storm is behind you. Sit. Breathe. Outside, the wind still howled across the harbour, rattling rigging and sending spray against the stone, but inside a different kind of weather settled, a slow, deep calm, like the sea after a long storm has finally exhausted itself. The tavern, for those hours, was no mere business. It was a thin line between despair and rest, between the chaotic memory of the last wave and the possibility of tomorrow's sunrise. Later, when the worst of the night had passed and most of the sailors slept where they had fallen, heads on tables, backs against walls, curled on benches like children, the tavern keeper stood in the middle of the room and listened. The only sounds were the low crackle of the fire, the occasional sigh, and the faint rhythm of the harbour outside. He realised that the yearning he had once felt to cross the world's oceans had taken another shape. In staying, in building this refuge, he had become part of the voyage of countless others. The stories that would be told of this night of how the men had found warmth and welcome when they most needed it, would travel aboard them, carried to ports he would never see. The tavern, in its own way, had sailed. And so the Foggy Quay Tavern gained a quiet reputation not for loud songs or wild brawls, but for something softer, harder to name. Captains began to say, almost casually, "We'll stop there first, if the seas are kind." And young sailors, hearing the older ones speak, imagined the glow of those lamps long before they ever saw them. In time, as the Danish Empire stretched its influence over cold straits and distant islands, the harbour of Copenhagen grew busier, the masts a little thicker against the sky, the voices in the tavern a little more varied in accent and tale. But the heart of the place remained the same, a small steady light by the water, waiting for those who managed to come home. If someone had stood that night at the threshold, peering out into the mist, they might have noticed other lights reflecting faintly on the water, the distant glow of another tavern along the colourful houses of Nyhavn, where lanterns hung like small suns over the canal. Somewhere beyond the fog, another room was filling with gentle laughter and careful listening, ready to receive travellers of its own. You are now listening to part 2 of this quiet journey through the taverns of the Danish Empire, and tonight we will wander slowly into a tavern along the Nyhavn Canal, where golden lamps and painted houses lean over the water, watching merchants and sailors drift in from the sea. Nyhavn in those days was a ribbon of colour and noise laid gently beside the water, but as evening fell, its brightness softened into something more tender. The sharp cries of dock workers faded, the clatter of carts dimmed, and the canal began to mirror only the slow lanterns swinging above it. On one of those narrow frontages, squeezed between a warehouse and a fisherman's house painted a tired yellow, there was a tavern whose doorway glowed like a small patient sun. People came to call it, without any official sign, the Golden Lantern of Nyhavn. Its windows were set low, their glass slightly wavy, so that the light inside broke into ripples, as if it too were made of water. Inside, the wooden floor carried the faint scent of spilled beer and sea salt, and the beams overhead were smoked a dark brown by years of candle flame. It was not a grand place, but it had a way of catching the eye of anyone who had just come ashore after too many days of grey waves and hard discipline. The woman who ran the Golden Lantern had never owned a ship, but the rhythm of the tide lived in the way she moved through her tavern. Her name was seldom spoken by customers. Most simply called her Madam of the Lantern, and she accepted this with a quiet smile. In her younger years, she had dreamed of a different future, perhaps marrying a captain and travelling with him, or one day opening a shop full of silks and spices from far-off kingdoms. Life, however, had offered her a narrower quay to walk upon. A sick mother, a father lost at sea, a small amount of coin carefully saved, and then poured into renting this long, low room where weary men sought warmth. Yet the desire in her heart had not vanished. It had changed direction. Instead of longing to see the world herself, she wanted the world to pass through her doorway, to sit at her tables and leave traces of distant ports in its stories. She wanted her tavern to be a quiet hinge on which the great door of the Empire's trade would swing, day after day, without creaking. For all her steady manner, there were doubts that rose within her like unexpected tides. Watching merchants in fine coats counting coins at the tables by the window, she sometimes wondered if she was nothing more than a servant in their endless games of profit and risk. When sailors argued over wages or routes, when someone slammed a fist on the table and demanded more credit than he deserved, she felt the tightness in her chest, Questions she did not speak aloud. Was she truly building a place of welcome, or just feeding a hunger that would never be satisfied? On quiet afternoons, when only a few locals sat with their mugs and the canal outside was still, she would stand behind the counter and look at the tally book, the smudged lines of numbers, the cost of ale, of bread, of candles. The Empire's maps changed with wars and treaties. Powerful men wrote letters and signed decrees. Her world, by contrast, seemed bound to the price of grain and the weather over the Baltic. Some part of her feared that all she had created might be washed away by a single bad season or a new tax imposed from above. Beyond her window, forces far larger than any tavern were at work. The Danish Empire sought to hold its position along the narrow straits that many ships had to cross. Foreign flags appeared more frequently in the harbour. Swedes, Dutch, British, each with their own ambitions. When tariffs rose or fell, when treaties were signed in distant halls, Nyhavn felt the tremor. Some days, the canal was thick with masts, rigging like webs against the sky. Other days, after a rumour or a dispute, trade slowed and the tavern grew quieter. Storms in the North Sea scattered fleets. An outbreak of disease in a distant port might mean half-empty decks and fearful crews. The Madam of the Lantern understood that her livelihood floated on these deep-shifting waters. She could not command the winds or the temper of kings. She could, at best, keep her room warm enough that men would seek it out when the world outside grew too cold or too uncertain. She was not alone in this quiet resistance against the unpredictability of empire. Her staff formed a small constellation around her, each with their own kind of light. There was the young boy who ran messages from ship to ship, quick-footed, along the quay, whose laughter had a way of loosening tight shoulders when he darted through the door with the latest gossip. There was the old clerk who had once served a trading company, dismissed after his eyesight began to fade. Now he sat in a corner near the window, helping sailors write letters home, his careful script steady even when their hands trembled. A one-armed cook, injured in an accident aboard a merchantman, found his purpose again in the kitchen, turning simple ingredients into meals that tasted of home rather than adventure. Together they formed a quiet fellowship, bound not by flags or formal oaths, but by a shared belief that weary travellers deserved more than a hard bench and harsh words at the end of the day. One autumn evening, when the air carried a hint of wood smoke and the canal breathed a thin mist, the Golden Lantern's character was tested. A convoy had arrived after a difficult voyage, ships from the Baltic heavy with timber, tar and iron, and others from the west bearing sugar and rum from colonial waters. The quay swelled with men whose faces told different stories, some burned by tropical suns, some pale from weeks under northern cloud. There were whispers of a dispute, freight charges contested, contracts broken, a sudden change in customs duties that left tempers raw. By the time night fully settled, several captains and merchants had chosen the Golden Lantern as their meeting place, drawn by its reputation as neutral ground. The tavern filled with the scrape of chairs, the clink of glass, the low murmur of multiple languages seeking common meaning. The tension in the room felt like a storm cloud pressed down to ceiling height. One captain accused another of cheating weights. A merchant insisted that promised protection had not been provided. A young underling, cheeks flushed with drink, nearly knocked over his chair as he shouted about honour and fairness. The Madam of the Lantern moved among them with deliberate calm, topping up mugs, placing plates of food, always listening but choosing her words with care. When voices rose, she would pause near the edge of the argument and say something small, something that anchored people back to the room. "Gentlemen, the night is long. You have many miles yet to sail together. Let the bread cool before you break it. Her phrases were not commands, but they carried the weight of someone who had seen too many men ruin themselves in a single evening. Little by little, the shouting softened into sharp whispers, then into negotiations spoken through clenched jaws, then into wearier, slower sentences. There was a moment close to midnight when the fragile peace nearly broke. One of the younger captains pushed back his chair, furious, and reached for the hilt of a ceremonial sword he wore more as status than as weapon. The room held its breath. The Madam of the Lantern did not raise her voice. Instead, she stepped between him and his opponent, setting a mug of ale on the table with a soft but very final sound. Her eyes, lined by years of smoke and late hours, met his. "Captain," she said, in a tone that left no space for drama, "if you spill blood here, you will not change the wind, nor the price of iron, nor the shape of your contract. You will only make another widow wait by the water. Sit, drink, let morning speak instead." The words fell into the silence like a stone into still water. After a long moment, the captain's hand loosened. He sat down heavily, his anger breaking into a tired kind of sorrow. The sword remained sheathed. The storm, at least within these walls, passed. When dawn approached, the tavern was quieter. The merchants had reached their compromises. Not fair, perhaps, but workable. The captains had found a way to divide risk and profit without drawing blades. Some of the younger sailors slept with their heads on their arms. Others stared out the window at the canal, where the early light made the water look almost silver. The Madam of the Lantern stood behind the counter, wiping clean the last of the mugs. She felt the familiar ache in her back, the heaviness in her eyelids, yet also a strange, fragile satisfaction. She had not altered the Empire's laws or erased the conflicts born out of ambition and distance. But she had held a fragile line through the night, kept the storm from turning into something worse. In her small way, she had shaped how this particular story would be remembered. Outside, the houses along Nyhavn seemed to lean a little closer to the canal, their colours muted by the grey of morning. A few early carts rattled by. Somewhere down the waterfront, the bell of another tavern door chimed as it opened to admit the first visitor of the new day. The Madam of the Lantern watched the light change on the water and wondered, just for a heartbeat, about those other rooms, places she had never seen, where other keepers were waking or resting, each guarding their own little hearth against the perpetual restlessness of the sea. She imagined, not far away, a different kind of tavern, where the red cross of war banners hung on the wall, where the regulars wore uniforms instead of merchant coats, and where the talk at the tables turned less on cargo and more on upcoming battles. As the canal breathed in the light, the faint image of such a place seemed to form at the edge of her thoughts, a house where men in service of the crown would raise their cups beneath the shadow of a crimson flag. You are now listening to part 3 of this quiet journey through the taverns of the Danish Empire, and tonight we will step softly into a soldier's tavern beneath a red cross banner, a place where men in uniform raised their cups on the evenings before they marched or sailed away. The tavern stood a little back from the main harbour, close enough that the smell of tar and seaweed still reached it, but far enough that the noise of loading and unloading faded into a dull murmur. Its sign was simple, a painted shield with a red cross on a pale field, swaying gently in the wind. Some said it echoed old crusading banners, others saw only the familiar colours of the Dana Brog, the flag that snapped and fluttered over forts and ships. To the men who came there, the sign meant something quieter, a place where boots could be loosened, where belts could be unbuckled, and where the clatter of weapons could soften into the clink of cups. Inside, the air carried the mix of leather, wool, gun oil, and cheap tobacco, undercut by the darker, steadier scent of wood soaked with years of spilled beer. The walls were hung with a few faded regimental pennants, a dented drum, and a row of old muskets whose firing days were long gone. This was not a tavern of merchants and contracts. It was a room where men measured their lives in campaigns and winters. The man who kept the Red Cross Tavern had once worn a uniform himself. His limp was slight, but permanent, a souvenir from a splintered plank or a stray bullet. He never said exactly which. In his youth, he had dreamed of glory in the clear, sharp way only the very young can, the bright image of a banner forward in the smoke, a name spoken with respect in officers' tents, perhaps even a small medal pinned to his chest one day. But battles, when they came, were less clear and far less bright. Mud, rain, confusion, the sudden crack of guns, and the long grey days of waiting in between had washed those early pictures into something more muted. After his injury sent him home, he found himself stranded on the shore of ordinary life, with a pension that barely covered bread and a heart that could no longer imagine simply standing behind a market stall. He wanted to remain close to the world he understood, the world of soldiers, yet he also longed to offer them something he had not always had, a gentle place to set down their burdens for a few hours. Out of that mixed longing, the tavern slowly took shape. Not that his doubts were small. Some nights, as he scrubbed the tables after closing, he wondered whether he was truly helping these men or simply giving them another excuse to drink too much, to shout too loudly, to forget themselves for a while in ways that might cost them dearly. He had seen with his own eyes how bravado could push a young recruit to accept a reckless challenge or to sign up for a mission he did not fully understand. When songs in the tavern grew too loud, when toasts became more and more extravagant, to victory, to glory, to the enemy's defeat, a shadow would cross the keeper's face. He remembered how easily those words had once rolled off his own tongue, how little comfort they had offered in the cold mud of a trench or on a rain-swept deck. Inside him there was a quiet struggle. He wanted his tavern to be a harbour of courage, not an echo chamber of empty boasts, yet it was difficult to control the tone of a room full of men whose future might hold a battle they would never return from. Beyond the Red Cross Tavern's door, larger storms moved across maps and council chambers. The Danish crown balanced between neighbouring powers, guarding narrow seas, policing borders, and trying to protect its scattered holdings. Rumours drifted like smoke, of skirmishes along contested frontiers, of fortresses being reinforced, of fleets being readied in distant ports. Officers came and went from the city, some with crisp new uniforms, some with faces lined by earlier wars. Orders were written, sealed, and carried away on horseback. In this world of shifting alliances and quiet tensions, the tavern was small, almost invisible. It could not change the direction of a campaign or the terms of a treaty. Its clients were the ones who would stand in the rain at those frontiers, who would row the long boats, who would sleep in barracks that smelled of damp wool. They bore the weight of decisions made by others, and on certain evenings that weight pressed especially hard on the tavern's wooden benches. There were allies here too, though they wore no insignia. The Red Cross Tavern had a young woman who helped with the serving, a cousin of the keeper who had grown up hearing his fragmented stories of marches and bivouacs, and she moved carefully among the tables, knowing when to jest and when to remain silent, when a soldier needed a refill and when he needed a moment with his thoughts. An old chaplain, retired from active duty, sometimes sat near the hearth. his collar slightly askew, his hands folded over a mug of weak ale. Men sought him out not for sermons, but for the way he listened, letting them speak of fears they could not admit to their comrades. In a corner, two veterans played checkers, night after night, their game an unspoken reminder that not everything was governed by force. Sometimes patience and a small, quiet move could change everything. These were the tavern's inner defences against despair and recklessness, not high walls or cannons, but human beings who understood the fragile hearts beneath the uniforms. One evening, word spread through the barracks that a detachment would depart at first light. Nothing vast, just one part of a larger movement of troops toward a troubled region where borders were being probed and tempers frayed. The men to be sent were not told much, only that they would be supporting the Crown's interests in a place many of them had only seen as a name on a map. As the sky darkened, they drifted toward the Red Cross Tavern, drawn by habit as much as by hunger. The room filled slowly. The scrape of chairs, the soft clatter of plates, the low murmur of conversation that rose and fell like a tide. The keeper, sensing the undercurrent, poured more carefully that night, measuring each mug with a precision born of long experience. He knew they needed warmth, not oblivion. The songs that started were softer, older ones that spoke not of victory, but of home, of fields and fjords, of narrow streets and distant bells. It was as if the men, without saying so, were trying to anchor themselves in memory before being swept out again. As the evening deepened, the invisible lines between bravado and fear grew clearer. A young corporal, cheeks still smooth, laughed too loudly at every joke, his hand fiddling endlessly with the leather strap on his shoulder. Next to him, a seasoned sergeant sat mostly in silence, his gaze drifting toward the window where the faint reflection of the tavern lights shimmered on the dark glass. The cousin moved between them, placing bowls of stew and refilling mugs, noting the way the corporal's eyes darted around the room. When she paused at their table, she did not say, "Are you afraid?" She simply asked, "Will you write home before you go?" The question landed gently, but it opened something. The young man's laughter faltered. He nodded, swallowing, and asked if the chaplain might help him find the right words. Across the room, similar exchanges occurred in quiet pockets. A hand on a shoulder, a shared memory of an earlier campaign, a solemn promise to look after someone's younger brother. The climax of that night was not loud. There was no brawl, no dramatic speech. Instead, there came a moment just before closing, when the keeper extinguished all but a few of the candles. The room fell into a softer, deeper shadow. The soldiers sat in the half-dark, their faces lit only by the slow pulse of the fire in the hearth and the small flames on each table. The keeper raised his own simple mug, not high, not like a rallying gesture, but just enough that everyone could see. "To morning," he said quietly. "Not to victory, not to glory, not to the Empire, just to morning." For a heartbeat the tavern was utterly still. Then, one by one, the men lifted their cups. Some repeated the word, others only mouthed it. To morning, to the chance to see another dawn, to step once more into a place like this, to come back. In that shared, subdued toast, their unspoken fear and hope met and recognized each other. When the candles were finally snuffed and the last of the men had gone out into the chill night air, the tavern keeper stood alone among the empty tables. He could feel the marks of their presence everywhere, the warmth still lingering on the benches, the faint echo of their footsteps, the last curls of smoke. He knew that not all of them would return to sit here again. The knowledge weighed on him, a quiet ache that never quite faded, Yet he also knew that for this one evening he had given them something no officer's order could command, a space where they could be more than their uniforms, where their doubts could breathe alongside their duties. In the ledger on his shelf, the night was nothing more than a list of drinks sold and meals served. But in his memory, it became part of a longer, softer story about how human beings try to meet fate with as much dignity and tenderness as they can. Outside, the wind had shifted, coming now from the north, carrying with it a colder taste, sharper and saltier. Somewhere beyond the city streets and the barracks, beyond the sheltered harbour, waves were breaking against harsher shores. Far up the coast, in regions where the North Sea and the Skagerrak met and tangled their currents, there were other taverns waiting, low houses battered by wind, where fishermen and sailors spoke in voices shaped by storms. As the keeper of the Red Cross Tavern barred his door and listened to the night settle around him, he might have imagined one such place on a wind-swept headland, a tavern of the northern gales, its windows glowing against the dark, waiting patiently for crews who had wrestled with the roughest waters of the Empire. You are now listening to part 4 of this quiet journey through the taverns of the Danish Empire, and tonight we will follow the wind northward to a rough, sea-washed headland along the Skagerrak, where a lonely tavern waits for fishermen and sailors who have wrestled with some of the hardest waters the Empire ever knew. Along that far northern coast, where the land rose in low, stubborn cliffs and the sea never truly calmed, there stood a tavern that seemed almost to grow out of the rock itself. Its walls were thick stone, mortared against centuries of wind. Its roof, laid with heavy tiles and weighted beams, hunched low as if bracing against the next storm. From the outside it did not look inviting. In bad weather, the building appeared as a dark smudge against the pale fury of the waves, its chimney leaning into the gale. Yet, whenever a ship managed to find shelter in the small harsh harbour below, men would climb the slippery path to that house with a sense of relief that went deeper than hunger or thirst. They called it simply the North Wind Tavern, for the Skagerrak wind that never stopped singing around it. Through its salt-crusted windows, a stubborn light glowed in all seasons, signalling that someone inside was awake, watching the sea and waiting. The keeper of the North Wind Tavern had been born with that harsh coast in his veins. As a boy, he had watched his father and uncles push their small boats into the breakers, their bodies bent forward, as if bowing to some ancient, invisible authority. He had dreamed, as many boys there did, of mastering the sea, of learning its moods so completely that it would never again surprise him, of becoming the kind of captain whose word could be trusted even when the sky went black at noon. For a time, it seemed, he might succeed. He crewed on fishing boats, then on a sturdy coastal trader that ran between Danish ports and beyond, threading the narrow straits and the open reaches of the North Sea. But the ocean is not easily mastered. A sudden storm, a misjudged reef, a captain's decision made 1 minute too late, these things converged one winter, and the young man found himself clinging to wreckage in a black freezing world, where even prayer was torn away by the wind. He survived, but not as the person he had been. When he finally came ashore, washed and half-conscious, something in him had shifted. The wild hunger to conquer the sea had ebbed. In its place rose a quieter desire to create a place of warmth on the edge of that indifference, a human answer to the cold. Yet he carried within him a private storm. Some nights, when the fire burned low and the guests had gone back to their boats or their narrow houses, he would sit alone at a table near the window and listen to the wind clawing at the glass. In those moments, a doubt would creep in, as persistent as the draught beneath the door. Had he retreated, failed his youthful promise, simply because he had been frightened? Old friends who still worked the boats would sometimes tease him good-naturedly about his soft life ashore. No more frozen fingers on wet ropes, no more standing watch in sleet. He laughed along, but inside he could not always silence the thought that perhaps he had chosen safety over courage. The tavern was a refuge for others, yes, but for him it could feel like a reminder of what he no longer dared to do. He knew the sea still took men he had grown up with, and each time news of a loss came up the coast, a part of him whispered that he had abandoned them, turned his back on the struggle they still faced every day. The world beyond his lonely headland gave him little reason to feel secure. To the south, the Empire's harbours bustled with trade. Kings and ministers argued over straits and tolls, tariffs and alliances. The Skagerrak, as ever, remained a dangerous crossing, a throat of water where currents twisted and storms gathered without warning. Larger powers steamed and sailed through those same seas, their policies and conflicts sometimes spilling into local lives. A new tax on fish exports, a restriction on certain foreign ships, a border dispute that sent warships patrolling back and forth. Such distant decisions could make nets worth less, voyages more risky, harbours more tense. In bad years, when catches were small and prices low, the tavern's door opened less often. Men stayed home, counting coins by dim light, or took greater chances in worse weather. The keeper knew that no matter how carefully he stocked his shelves, or how warmly he stoked his fire, his livelihood was tethered to forces as unpredictable as the sea itself. Still, the North Wind Tavern had its quiet allies. There was the harbour's old pilot, whose knowledge of shoals and hidden rocks had saved more lives than anyone could count, and who now spent his evenings at a corner table, tracing routes with his finger on the rough wood. When winter storms raged, younger captains would sit with him, listening as he muttered about currents and landmarks. If the wind hits you from here, you hug that headland. If you see that particular line of foam, you turn, no matter what your instinct says. The tavern also sheltered a widow who came most nights to mend nets by the fire. Her husband had been claimed by the sea years before, yet she still watched the door whenever the weather turned ugly, as if expecting him to step through at last. A young girl, her granddaughter, served mugs and bowls of stew, her hair perpetually smelling of smoke and salt. She had grown up within those thick walls, and her instinct for recognizing the exact moment when a man needed a word or needed silence was as finely tuned as her grandfather's ear for the wind had once been. Together they formed a small, determined bulwark against the careless cruelty of waves and markets. One night, the tavern's true purpose was called upon in a way that none of them would forget. A fierce storm had been brewing all day, the sky lowering and hardening until it seemed made of iron. By late afternoon, the harbour churned with whitecaps, and the path up to the tavern grew slick with blown spray. The keeper had shuttered the windows on the seaward side, but he left one small pane open a crack, more out of habit than need. He liked to hear the sea's voice, even when it was angry. As dusk folded into night, a shout came from the door. Someone had spotted a small coastal boat fighting its way toward the harbour mouth, its mast tilting in a way that made every seasoned body present lean forward in silent calculation. The pilot pushed himself to his feet, his old bones suddenly young, and limped out into the wind with two others to help guide the struggling vessel in. Those left inside crowded the remaining windows, squinting through the blown spray, each imagining the faces on that tiny stubborn craft. Hours passed in a stretched out kind of time, with the storm battering the tavern so hard that dust shook from the rafters. The young girl moved like a thread of calm through the room, refilling mugs, pressing hot bread into rough hands that trembled more from helpless watching than from cold. At last, long after full dark had swallowed the headland, the door burst open and the pilot staggered in, soaked through and breathing hard, followed by the crew of the rescued boat. They were half frozen, their clothes plastered to their bodies, their eyes wide with that peculiar look of men who had walked very close to the edge and are not yet sure they have truly stepped back. The keeper did not ask for details, not yet. He simply nodded to the pilot, to the shivering men, and gestured them toward the hearth. Stew was ladled, dry clothes produced from a chest, blankets wrapped around shaken shoulders. No one spoke at first. The storm outside roared like an animal locked out of the house. Inside, the fire crackled and hissed, steam rising from wet garments. It was only when colour had begun to return to the sailors' faces that their story emerged in fragments. A misread sky, a delay in leaving a distant harbour, a sudden shift of wind that turned familiar waters into a writhing threat. One of them, a boy barely into manhood, confessed in a small voice that he had frozen at a crucial moment, hands locked on a rope he should have cast off. The keeper listened without judgment, his own memories of terror flickering at the edges of his mind. "We all freeze once," he said slowly, when the boy could not meet his eyes. "The sea knows how to frighten courage out of any man. What matters is what you do after. You turned the boat when you were told, didn't you?" The boy nodded, tears lost in the salt on his cheeks. "Then you did enough," the keeper said, his tone quiet but firm. In that simple exchange, some knot inside him loosened too, as if by comforting this younger self, he was also forgiving the frightened man he had once been on his own night of shipwreck. As the storm finally began to ebb toward dawn, the tavern grew calm in a different way. Some of the rescued crew slept on benches, their breaths deep and even. Others sat awake, just watching the steady burn of the fire, unwilling to close their eyes for fear of seeing black water rise again behind them. The old pilot dozed upright in his chair, his head nodding forward now and then, hands still stained with pitch and salt. The widow had fallen asleep over her mending, needle still threaded in her fingers. The keeper stood at the small half-open window and inhaled the cold salt-laden air, listening as the wind's howl softened into a lower, less venomous moan. The sea would never be tamed. He knew that. But this night, at least, it had not taken everyone it might have taken. And the tavern, in its stubborn way, had been part of that outcome, not through heroics, but through warmth, patience, and the refusal to let fear have the last word. When the grey light of morning finally seeped in, the North Wind Tavern felt like a ship that had weathered its own storm. Survivors stretched and blinked. Wet boots were put back on, laces stiff with dried salt. Outside, broken branches and scattered debris lay along the path, and the harbour still rolled uneasily under a sky-rubbed roar. The rescued crew would move on soon, returning to their homes or their next voyages, carrying with them the memory of that stone house on the headland where, for one terrible night, they had found proof that not all forces in the world were indifferent. The keeper watched them go with a kind of quiet pride that did not erase his old doubts, but now lived beside them like a companion rather than an enemy. He had not conquered the sea, but he had built a light on its edge and kept it burning. Far to the south, along another stretch of Danish coast where the Øresund narrowed and ships funneled through under watchful guns and toll houses, there was a very different tavern waiting. Its walls heard more of tariffs and patrols than of storms. Its regulars were officers and pilots who spoke of channels, cannons, and the duties of guarding a strait that so many had to cross. As the North Wind Tavern settled back into its usual rhythm, and the Skagerrak glimmered under a pale, exhausted sun, the faint echo of clinking cups and low voices seemed to travel down the coastline toward that fortified sound where the Empire's watchful eyes never quite closed. You are now listening to part 5 of this quiet journey through the taverns of the Danish Empire, and tonight we will walk slowly along the narrow Øresund into a tavern that lived in the shadow of cannons and toll houses, where pilots, officers and sailors watched the strait that so many ships were forced to cross. The sound between the Danish shore and the Swedish coast was not wide, but it felt deep with stories. On clear days, you could stand on the ramparts of the fortress and see the opposite bank as a dark line, almost close enough to touch. Yet between those two pieces of land, the water moved with its own quiet authority, carrying merchantmen and warships, fishing boats and sleek frigates, all of them funneled through this narrow passage. On the Danish side, near the foot of a fortified hill crowned with guns, there crouched a tavern whose walls seemed to flinch slightly whenever the cannons were fired in practice. Its roof sloped away from the fortress like a respectful bow. Its windows glowed a steady amber when darkness fell over the strait. People called it the Sea Fort Tavern, for it felt like a civilian outpost of the fortress itself, a place where the men who watched the Øresund came to warm their hands and loosen the stiffness in their shoulders. Inside, the air carried the mingled scents of gunpowder residue, sea salt, roasted meat, and damp wool, an inland echo of the fort above, softened by firelight and the murmur of low conversation. The woman who ran this tavern had grown up in the fortress's shadow. As a child, she had fallen asleep to the muffled thud of drills above and the distant hollow boom of cannon tests, her dreams filled with flags snapping in the wind and lines of men marching in step. She had once imagined that her future lay within those walls, perhaps as the wife of an officer walking the ramparts on long summer evenings, or as the keeper of some small office or storehouse with ledgers neatly ordered and keys jangling at her waist. But when her father, a retired gunner, died and left behind little more than debts and a weathered building near the foot of the hill, her course shifted. With a mixture of desperation and determination, she turned that building into a tavern, first for stray travellers, then, as word spread, for the fortress folk themselves. In the quiet rooms of her heart, she nourished a particular wish that this place would become the unseen chamber where the harsh, rigid life of guarding the strait could soften, where officers and pilots and gunners could set down the invisible weight of responsibility for a few hours without abandoning it entirely. Yet she lived with a constant inattention. On the days when the fortress commander descended to the tavern with his staff, all uniforms and polished boots, she felt both pride and unease. Pride because her cooking and her careful order had drawn even the high-ranking into her low room. Unease because she wondered if their presence changed the nature of the place. Could ordinary sailors and pilots relax when their superiors sat at the best table by the window? Was her tavern truly neutral ground, or was it becoming just another extension of rank and protocol, another room where people had to measure their words? When she watched a young pilot stiffen as an officer entered, saw him straighten his back and hide his exhaustion behind formality. Something in her clenched. She wanted this place to be a bridge between fortress and harbour, not another wall. Sometimes, when she swept the floor after closing, she asked herself in whispers whether she had been brave enough in shaping her own rules, or whether she had let the habits of the fortress seep too deeply into her house. Outside her door, the forces that moved ships through the Øresund were vast and impersonal. The Danish crown levied tolls on passing vessels, a tradition older than many of the buildings along the shore. Flags of many nations flooded on the masts of waiting ships, each representing a different government, a different set of ambitions. At times tensions flared, a foreign captain refusing to pay, a government protesting the toll system, distant diplomats exchanging sharp words in rooms the tavern keeper would never see. When disagreements turned serious, warships appeared more frequently in the strait, their decks lined with guns that could, in a moment, turn that quiet ribbon of water into a place of fire and splintered wood. Storms also had their say, sweeping down from the north or spilling in from the Baltic, turning the sound into a field of whitecaps and driving cautious captains to seek safer anchorages. The tavern, huddled near its hill, could not change any of this. It could only respond, growing crowded on nights when ships were delayed by weather or inspections, falling silent when trade routes shifted and fewer vessels passed under the fortress's watchful gaze. Still, the Seafort Tavern had its own network of quiet support. A grizzled pilot, whose eyes had narrowed from a lifetime of scanning horizons, claimed the same seat each evening, his back to the wall and his face turned toward the door. For the price of a mug and a bowl of stew, he would sketch the currents and shoals on the tabletop with a fingertip, explaining to younger men how to read the colour of the water at different times of day. A clerk from the toll office, pale and often ink-stained, came down after his long hours with the ledgers. His talent lay not in sailing, but in interpreting the ever-changing decrees from Copenhagen, and he would translate them into plain language so that captains and mates could understand what awaited them. There was also a carpenter attached to the fortress, his hands strong and scarred, who could read the creak of a hull as others read handwriting. When a ship anchored too close for comfort or a mast looked unsound, he would say so, gently but firmly. These figures did not carry the authority of a king, but within the tavern's low ceiling, their experience offered a kind of protection that no cannon could match. One evening, the strait itself became the stage for a quiet crisis. A foreign frigate, sleek, well-armed, and flying a flag that had recently been at odds with Danish interests, had entered the Øresund under a sky the colour of dull pewter. Officially, tensions had eased, letters had been exchanged, formal words of understanding and amity written and signed. Unofficially, mistrust still lingered like a shadow beneath the politeness. The fortress commander ordered a routine salute and inspection, but the foreign captain responded with the display of his own guns, a gesture that might have been pride, might have been warning. The sound of answering cannon fire rolled over the water, ceremonial shots that nonetheless made dishes tremble on the tavern shelves. As twilight thickened, the frigate anchored within sight of the fortress, both sides watching each other, neither quite willing to move first. The tavern filled that night with a mixture of uniforms and worn coats, faces tight with speculation. Some muttered about provocation, others argued that the foreign captain was merely asserting his nation's honour. The toll office clerk tried to recall the exact phrasing of the latest agreements, while the pilot traced possible manoeuvres with his finger, his brow furrowed. The keeper moved between tables with her usual measured calm, but her ears were tuned to every shift in tone. She knew how quickly a single insult, a misinterpreted word, could turn an uneasy standoff into something harsher. At one table, a young officer's voice rose, suggesting that a firm reply from the Danish guns might teach the foreigner respect. At another, a seasoned sailor shook his head, speaking of the cost of repairs, the danger to innocent crews in such a narrow channel. The air itself seemed to hold its breath as if the whole room were a mirror of the tense quiet out on the water. The turning point came not with a shout, but with a decision made in silence. Near closing time, the fortress commander himself entered the tavern, his cloak damp from the mist. Conversations dipped as he stepped inside, but he waved off the instinctive attempts to stand and salute. "At ease," he said, his voice tired but steady. He took a seat not at the finest table, but at one near the middle of the room, where he could see both the hearth and the door. When the keeper brought him a mug and a plate, he thanked her with a nod that acknowledged more than just the service. It acknowledged the shared strain of the day, the way the tavern had held all these worried hearts. For a long time he sat without speaking, simply listening to the overlapping murmurs, the scrape of chairs, the sigh of someone stretching cramped shoulders. Finally, when the room had settled into a softer hum, he spoke, not to make a proclamation, but to answer a question someone had asked earlier about what would happen next. "What will happen," he said slowly, "is that the foreign captain will leave at dawn, and so will we. We will both pass through this strait, and the guns will remain silent, not because we are weak, and not because we are eager to fight, but because the sound is narrow, and the world is already too full of broken ships." His words landed gently, without fanfare. There was nothing particularly clever or stirring about them. They simply placed a calm stone in the swirling water of speculation. The pilot nodded once, sharply, as if to say that made sense with the currents he knew. The clerk relaxed his shoulders. Even the young officer who had earlier called for a firm reply lowered his gaze, the heat in his cheeks cooling into a more reflective flush. Later, when the tavern had emptied, and only the distant lamps of the foreign frigate still glittered on the water outside, the keeper stood at her doorway and watched the faint movement of the ship's lights. She knew that at dawn, anchor chains would be raised, sails unfurled, and both vessels, the foreign warship and the fortress's own patrol craft, would slip through the Öresund like cautious animals passing each other on a narrow path. There would be no battle, no smoke, no headlines in distant papers. The day's story would be one of restraint, of the quiet power of choosing not to escalate. In her ledger, nothing of this would appear. The day's entry would be simple numbers. But in her memory, this evening, would join the others in a tapestry of nights when her tavern had helped absorb the tension of decisions made just uphill, within stone walls. As the sky over the strait began to pale at the edges, hinting at the coming dawn, she closed the door against the chill and let her mind wander inland for a moment. Beyond the fortress, beyond the toll houses and the steady procession of ships, there lay another Denmark, fields and forests, manors and villages, estates where the wealth of the land was counted, not in cannon or tolls, but in harvests and herds. In that quieter interior there were taverns of a different kind, houses of heavy oak beams and long tables, where farmers and minor nobles sometimes shared the same benches, their lives braided together in ways more subtle than any treaty. As the Seafort Tavern settled into its brief exhausted sleep, The image of such an inland inn, with oak smoke curling from its chimney and wagon wheels creaking outside, seemed to rise gently before her, a reminder that beyond the watchful water, the heart of the country beat on in barns, fields, and low warm rooms, far from the sound of guns. You are now listening to part 6 of this quiet journey through the taverns of the Danish Empire, and tonight we will leave the wind and cannons behind, travelling inward along rutted roads and hedgerows, until we reach a heavy-beamed inn in Jutland, where farmers, stewards, and small landowners shared benches beneath an old oak roof that creaked softly in the night. The Jutland countryside did not shout its presence the way the sea did. It breathed instead in long, slow seasons. Fields rolled out in gentle swells, patched with crops and pasture, fenced by low stone walls and lines of trees that bent only slightly when the western winds passed. In the middle of this quilt of land, near a crossroads where carts often bogged down in spring mud, stood a tavern that people simply called the Oak House. Its frame was built from thick timbers darkened by age, the beams overhead as massive as the branches of the trees they had once been. The whitewashed walls had dulled to cream with smoke and time, and the roof sagged just enough to suggest that the building was always listening to the weight of the sky. On market days, the yard outside filled with wagons and horses. At night, the windows glowed like sleepy eyes, casting stripes of light across the yard, where chickens occasionally scratched even after sunset. Inside, the air was a mix of wood smoke, damp wool, and the warm, bread-like scent of hay clinging to coats that had spent the day in barns and fields. This was not a place of sails or gunpowder. It was a room where earth and seasons set the rhythm, and where the Empire's distant decisions arrived diluted, like a rumour carried on a long, long wind. The man who owned the Oak House had not always imagined himself as an innkeeper. His childhood had been spent half in the fields, half in the service buildings of a nearby manor, watching the careful dance between landowner and tenant. He saw very early how much of life depended on weather that no one could command, on harvests that might rise high or fall short for reasons no prayer could fully explain. In his youth, he had wished for a different sort of life, perhaps as a steward trusted to manage accounts, or even as a tenant with enough land of his own that he could walk the boundary and feel for once that the soil beneath his boots answered to no one else. But when his father died, leaving unpaid debts and a small run-down alehouse by the crossroads, those dreams shifted. With a mixture of resignation and clear-eyed practicality, he took over the place and slowly turned it into something more than a spot to drink. Deep within, he nurtured a quieter ambition, to make the Oak House into a meeting ground where people from both sides of the manor wall could sit under the same beams and for an evening or two feel that their worries belonged to a shared sky. He wanted a roof where the world's differences loosened slightly, like collars after a long day. Yet inside him lived a restlessness he could not easily name. On nights when the fire burned low and the last of the guests had gone home, he would sit alone at a long table and listen to the faint creak of the beams above, the distant bark of a dog, the soft tick of cooling iron in the hearth. Was he merely pouring ale to grease the same old wheels of obligation and dependence he had watched as a boy? When a minor noble from the manor drank heavily and spoke lightly of rents and tithes, and in the same room a tenant counted his coins twice before ordering another mug, the innkeeper felt that pinch of doubt. Was the Oak House truly a place where worlds met? Or was it just another chamber in the great house of the existing order, where those with more still spoke louder, and those with less still measured every word. He longed to believe that shared benches and shared bread could soften hard lines, but some evenings the old patterns seemed too deep, carved into the land itself, like the furrows in the fields outside. Beyond his doors, forces larger than any single farm or tavern had begun to stir. Population growth, changing markets, and the expanding trade of the empire meant that grain prices rose and fell in ways no local could predict. A distant failed harvest somewhere else might drive up the value of Jutland rye. A glut of imports could make cattle worth less than the hay it took to feed them. New ideas about land and rights travelled slowly along the same roads as peddlers and priests talk of reforms, of changing obligations, of schools for peasants' children. At the same time, taxes linked to wars or fleets built far away could press heavily on village purses, even if no cannon was ever heard in those fields. Weather, too, had its say. A late frost, a wet summer, a winter that dragged its frozen feet well into the time when seeds should already have been in the soil. The oak house could not alter the path of these currents. It could only absorb their effects, becoming crowded and noisy when times were good, becoming quieter and more strained when belts tightened and men counted every coin before setting it on the table. Still, the tavern was not just a mirror. It had its own small strength. The innkeeper's wife, whose hands were never still, moved between kitchen and common room with a kind of quiet authority that many mistook for simple busyness. She could tell, almost at a glance, when someone needed a larger portion at the same price, when a mug had to be refilled more slowly than usual, when a joke would help and when it would only sting. An elderly schoolmaster, whose village classroom lay just beyond the ridge, had claimed a bench near the hearth as his evening territory. There, he would sometimes help farmers decipher official notices, reading aloud the looping script of distant officials and translating it into language that made sense. A travelling blacksmith who passed through the village each month to shoe horses and mend tools often took his supper there. His stories of other parishes and their struggles stitched the oak house to a wider fabric of rural life. Together, these figures gave the innkeeper a sense that he was not alone in his quiet desire to make the tavern more than a place where ale flowed and coins changed hands. One autumn, the delicate balance of the countryside faltered. A series of poor harvests had left granaries thin and tempers shorter than usual. Rents, however, had not fallen to match the yields. There were whispers that the manor would press ahead with plans to enclose common land, fencing off stretches where villagers had long grazed their animals or gathered wood. The oak house began to fill with knotty conversations, men speaking in low voices about what could be done, women worrying about how to stretch flour and grain through the winter, younger folk listening with wide eyes to talk of petitions and meetings. At the same time, representatives of the manor, stewards and minor officials, came to the tavern more often, their presence a reminder that eyes and ears of authority were everywhere. The room felt sometimes like a field before a storm, the air still, the clouds gathering, everyone sensing something was about to break, but unsure in which direction. The evening that tension reached its height was not dramatic at first glance. Rain had been falling all day, turning the yard into a patchwork of puddles. Carts stood under dripping eaves, their wheels crusted with mud. Inside, cloaks steamed on pegs by the door. At one long table, a group of tenants talked in urgent murmurs about a meeting planned for the next day to complain about rents and enclosures. At another, near the window, The manor's steward sat with a ledger and a cup of beer, making notes by the light of a low candle. The innkeeper moved between these islands of concern carefully, feeling with each step how fragile the space between them was. He knew that if voices rose too sharply, someone might speak in anger words that could not be easily taken back, words that, once repeated, might harden into accusations of disloyalty or rebellion. Yet he also knew that if people never spoke at all, their bottled frustration might lead to something even worse later, somewhere outside the tavern's walls, where there would be no one to temper it. The turning point came when a young farmer, shoulders tense with years of too hard work and too thin harvests, slammed his palm softly but firmly on the table and said, "We cannot keep paying as if the fields had not failed." It was not shouted, but the words carried. Heads turned. The steward looked up from his ledger, his expression wary. The room seemed to lean inward. The innkeeper's heart hammered. He could almost see the paths branching out from this moment toward open confrontation or toward another kind of exchange. Before the silence hardened into hostility, the schoolmaster spoke, his voice thin but clear. "Let us at least be exact," he said. "If we speak, let it be with the right numbers." He rose slowly, joints complaining, and asked the young farmer to sit with him, along with the steward. With a nod from the innkeeper, the three of them moved to a table under one of the great oak beams, where the candlelight pooled like a small sun. What followed was not a grand negotiation, but something more modest and in its way more human. The schoolmaster spread out scraps of paper and with patient strokes began to tally yields, rents and obligations. The steward, at first defensive, found himself drawn into the arithmetic, checking figures from his ledger. The young farmer, his anger now focused on the concrete rather than the abstract, supplied details of weather and soil. Around them, the tavern resumed a softer murmur as others watched out of the corners of their eyes, their own hopes tethered to that small island of reasoning. The innkeeper's wife set mugs and bread on the table without comment, her presence a quiet reminder that people were not figures, that cold ink on paper translated into warm or empty bowls at home. When at last they reached a set of numbers that all three could live with, a temporary easing of certain rents, a delay in the enclosure of a particular strip of land, the air in the room changed. It did not become jubilant. The underlying hardships had not vanished, but a certain tightness loosened, as if the beams themselves had exhaled. When the candles had burned low and the last guests finally rose to leave, the innkeeper sat alone beneath the oak timbers and let his hand rest flat on the table where the negotiations had occurred. He knew that not every dispute could be eased in this way. There would be times when landlords could not or would not compromise, when hunger and cold would press people beyond gentle words. Yet tonight, the oak house had served its deepest purpose. It had caught a falling stone of anger and let it land in water, not on brittle glass. The decisions made in that room would not appear in any royal record. No chronicler would note that in a small tavern on a rainy night, a steward and a tenant had chosen to bend rather than break. But the children who ate slightly better through the winter, the fields that remained open a little longer, would remember in their bodies, even if their tongues never named the cause. Outside, the rain had thinned to a fine mist that silvered the yard and clung to the bare branches of the trees. Somewhere in the distance, beyond the rise of land and the gentle curves of the road, lay other regions of the empire, coastlines where nights never fully lost the glow of northern twilight, towns where Danish and Norwegian voices mingled under pale skies. As the innkeeper barred the door and banked the fire, he might have imagined, without quite realizing, another tavern far to the north in a city where the sun lingered, late in summer, a place of long, luminous evenings where merchants and seafarers of the northern realms shared stories in a house known for its sleepless white nights. You are now listening to part 7 of this quiet journey through the taverns of the Danish Empire, and tonight we will drift gently into a northern city of long pale evenings, stepping softly into a tavern in Christiania, where the white knights of Norway wrapped merchants and sailors in a light that never quite went out. In summer, Christiania did not fall fully into darkness. The sun would sink, yes, but only to hover just beneath the horizon, leaving behind a lingering glow that seemed reluctant to leave the sky. Streets and roofs and the slow breathing water of the harbour were washed in a silver blue light that made shadows thin and uncertain. In that half light, a tavern near the waterfront came into its own. It was a tall, narrow house of timber and plaster. Its front bowed slightly, as if leaning forward to listen to the harbour. Lanterns hung at its door and under its eaves, but on those white nights they did not challenge the sun. They simply added a warmer shade to the cool brightness outside. The place came to be known in Danish and Norwegian tongues alike as the White Knight Tavern, because it seemed never to close entirely while the summer weeks drifted past. Its windows were often open, letting in the faint cries from the harbour and the smell of resin and pine from cargoes freshly unloaded from forests farther inland. Inside, the wooden walls had taken on the honeyed colour of years, and the floorboards knew the particular rhythm of feet that preferred to linger rather than hurry. The tavern's keeper had been born to the north, in a village where winters were long and hard and summers were treasured like a brief, precious story. As a boy, he watched his older brothers go to sea under Danish flags, carrying timber, fish, and iron along routes decided far away in Copenhagen, yet sailed by hands that spoke Norwegian prayers. He dreamed for a time of joining them, of feeling the lift and fall of the ship beneath his feet, of seeing the Danish capital, and perhaps other ports beyond. But his body had other plans. An illness in adolescence left him with a weakness in his lungs that made long voyages and damp holds dangerous. When he came to Christiania, it was not as a sailor, but as a clerk in a merchant's house, scratching out figures by the light of a small lamp. Still, he longed for a space where the two halves of his world, Norwegian hills and Danish rule, northern forests and southern orders, might meet without constantly grating against each other. When the opportunity came to rent a modest building by the harbour, he gathered his savings, left the merchant's desk behind, and opened the White Knight Tavern with the quiet vow that this house would be a place where voices from both sides of the Dano-Norwegian Union could mix more gently than they often did in official reports, yet inside him lived a knot of uncertainty. Some evenings, when the last customers had gone and the pale light still seeped along the street outside, he would sit at a table overlooking the harbour and ask himself whether he was merely smoothing over tensions that should be spoken of more sharply. He heard the complaints of Norwegian sailors about distant decisions, taxes levied to finance wars that seemed to belong more to Copenhagen than to them, trade rules that favoured certain routes over others, officers whose accents carried a southern authority. He also heard Danish officials and merchants speak of those same sailors as stubborn and slow to change, clinging to old ways, when the empire needed efficiency and order. The tavern keeper wanted his house to be a bridge, not a cover, a place where truth could be spoken without turning to bitterness. But he worried sometimes that by offering warmth and ale and the soft confusion of mingled languages, He was soothing men into acceptance rather than helping them give shape to their concerns. The white nights outside, beautiful and gentle, could feel like a veil drawn over things that might look different in full daylight. Beyond his door, larger forces moved across maps and coastlines. The Danish crown administered Norway as part of its realm, signing edicts that reached all the way to the fjords and forests. Timber from Norwegian lands fed shipyards. Iron from its mines became anchors and cannon that served imperial ambitions. War and peace elsewhere, in the Baltic, on continental battlefields, echoed up the coast in the form of redirected trade, new levies, and the arrival of ships bearing wounded men or battered hulls. Foreign flags appeared more often in the harbour, British, Dutch, Russian, each representing another centre of power that saw in the north a route to wealth or strategy. The White Knight Tavern could not alter those currents. It sagged a little under each change, like a small boat shifting in the wake of larger vessels, its trade rising when ships came in thick and slowing when storms or politics sent them elsewhere. The keeper could not command the sun to set, nor the counsels of kings to be more just. He could only decide how his rooms would feel when men came through his doorway with these burdens on their shoulders. He was not alone in that effort. The tavern's staff formed a small informal alliance of their own, weaving threads of understanding where official documents often frayed. A Norwegian barmaid, whose father had worked as both farmer and occasional sailor, moved through the room with a keen ear for tone. Her Danish was accented but fluent, and she used it deliberately, switching between languages when she sensed that someone needed to be heard in their own tongue or nudged toward listening to another. A cook from Zealand, who had followed a merchant north as a young assistant and then stayed when love and habit anchored him here, turned fish and root vegetables into meals that tasted both familiar and slightly different, spices from one part of the realm mingling with ingredients from another. In one corner, a quiet man with ink-stained fingers, once a low-level scribe for the bishop's office, spent evenings copying letters or reading aloud printed notices to those who could not read. He had friends in both church and civic offices, and sometimes translated bureaucratic language into plain words, softening misunderstandings before they hardened into grievance. One summer, the subtle tensions that underlay life in the Union found a sharper focus. Timber prices had fallen unexpectedly after a shift in foreign demand. Merchants in Christiania grew anxious, counting losses and considering lower wages for the men who cut and loaded the logs. At the same time, a change in navigation regulations, decreed far to the south, threatened to redirect some trade away from Norwegian ports. Sailors and workers whispered that they were bearing too much of the cost for decisions made in rooms they would never see. Merchants grumbled that they were squeezed from above and below, expected to satisfy both the Crown's demands and their labourers' needs. The White Knight Tavern during those weeks felt like a pressure vessel, cool on the surface, but with a growing heat inside. Conversations in one corner spoke of petitions, in another of simply accepting whatever came. At yet another table, of leaving altogether, seeking work under foreign flags. The keeper could feel the strain in every laugh that came too loudly, every silence that stretched too long. The evening when this strain reached its delicate peak arrived without drama. The harbour lay under a wide pale sky that refused to darken completely, the faintest stars barely visible. Inside the tavern, the usual mixture gathered: merchants in decent coats, sailors with sun-browned faces, clerks and porters in plain clothes. At one table near the hearth, a group of timber workers spoke in low, heated tones about wage cuts and long days in the forest. At another, two merchants argued softly about a letter from Copenhagen that announced new shipping rules, one insisting they had no choice but to comply, the other muttering about unfairness and favouritism. At a third, near the open window, a Danish official sat alone, sipping his drink slowly, listening more than he spoke. The air felt thick in a way that had nothing to do with smoke. The small turning point came when a timber worker, his hands rough and stained, raised his voice just enough that several tables could hear. "They sit down there," he said, "no need to specify where, counting our trees. And they do not see the hill or the axe or the winter we spend in the forest. To them it is only numbers on a page." His words were not shouted, but they carried a tired edge. All at once, the room's attention leaned toward him. The tavern keeper felt his heart tighten. He knew this might be the moment when frustration turned on anyone associated with distant power, including the solitary official by the window. Before the silence could harden into division, the barmaid stepped into that fragile space. She set a mug gently in front of the worker and said in clear, accented Danish that everyone could follow, "And to you, are they only names? The ones who sign those papers?" The question hung there, light but sharp. The man blinked, thrown off his rhythm. "Names?" he repeated. They are not from here." The barmaid nodded slowly. "No, they are not from here. But they do bleed, I imagine, when they cut themselves. They do lie awake, sometimes when numbers fail to add up. Perhaps not for us, but for something. The question is, how do we make them see that what is on their page is what is under our boots?" Her words did not excuse anything. They simply shifted the frame from muttered resentment to the problem of being visible. Around the room, a murmur stirred, less angry now, more searching. The official, by the window, who had been sitting very still, chose that moment to stand. He did not claim authority. He did not issue orders. He simply said, with an awkward bow toward the timber workers, "I write those numbers sometimes. Not all of them, but some. I cannot promise you that I can change what ships go where, but I can promise you that I will carry more than figures next time I send a report. Tell me tonight what a winter in the forest feels like, and I will try to put that into words that do not vanish when the ink dries." It was an uncertain offering, perhaps small in the scale of empires, but in the White Knight Tavern, under the pale sky that refused to fully dim, it was enough to ease the edge of us versus them. Men began to speak not only in complaint, but in description, of snow up to the waist, of trees that creaked like living beings in deep cold, of axes that grew too heavy when food was scarce. The official listened, his face serious. The merchant who had grumbled about rules earlier leaned in too, seeing in the stories the labour that made his cargo possible. By the time the pale night had thinned into an even paler morning, the tavern had grown quiet again. No law had been rewritten within those walls, no decree overturned. The timber workers would still face hard seasons, the merchants still navigate orders from far away. Yet something had shifted, as gently as the sun sliding just below the horizon and then back up again. The keeper, as he wiped tables and closed shutters that never quite shut out the light, felt that his house had done what it was meant to do, not erasing differences, but weaving a thread of recognition between people who might otherwise have remained mere shadows to one another. The white night outside seemed less like a veil then, and more like a soft, persistent insistence that nothing was ever completely hidden. Later, when true darkness returned with the autumn and winter storms rolled in from the sea, The White Knight Tavern would glow differently, its windows little islands against the long night, and far away, beyond the northern headlands and over a restless stretch of ocean, there lay another outpost of the Danish realm, a place of snow and lava and long, harsh winters, where a small harbour on the coast of Iceland clung to the edge of the cold Atlantic. There too a tavern's light waited in the gloom, reflecting off drifting snow and the black, glittering surface of the sea. You are now listening to part 8 of this quiet journey through the taverns of the Danish Empire, and tonight we will follow the cold sea westward until the waves grow heavier and the winters longer, and step quietly into a small harbour tavern on the coast of Iceland, a lonely house of light standing against snow and wind, where whalers and sailors found a brief, fragile shelter from the North Atlantic. The harbour was not large, only a curve of dark volcanic rock holding back the restless water, but to ships that had wrestled with long swells and hidden reefs, it felt like a cupped hand. In winter, snow blew almost sideways, scraping along the lava fields and piling against low buildings. In summer, the days stretched long, but never quite warm. The sky a pale dome over grey-green sea. On a small rise overlooking the harbour stood a tavern, built from timber carried across oceans and stones, taken from the land itself. Its walls were stout and low, its roof covered in turf and weathered planks, so that from a distance it almost looked like another hillock in the landscape, save for the soft glow that leaked from its small square windows. People called it the Snow Harbour Tavern because in the darkest months, when the wind screamed and the snow whirled, its door was the single point of colour in a world reduced to black and white. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of fish, smoke and whale oil, the scent of a life won from harsh waters and harsher weather. The beams were stained dark, the benchboards polished by years of heavy coats and tired bodies. A fire burned in a stone hearth almost constantly, fed by driftwood, imported coal and whatever else would catch. The tavern's keeper had been born on this coast, the son of a farmer who also fished, as so many did, taking what the thin soil and the deep sea were willing to give. As a child, he had watched Danish ships anchor in the harbour, their flags bright against the grey sky, bearing goods that could not be made or grown here: flour, cloth, tools, salt, the occasional luxury of sugar or coffee. The trade monopoly meant that such ships came under rules set far away, their cargoes measured and priced by men who had never felt an Icelandic winter. The boy had felt two tugging desires as he grew, one to leave this narrow, storm-beaten coast and see the lands from which those ships came, and another to make this place, his place, feel a little less at the mercy of distant pens and cold currents. When his father died in a bad season and a modest building near the harbour came into his hands, his dreams narrowed and deepened. He would probably never stand in Copenhagen streets, nor in the courts where decisions about Icelandic trade were made. But he could build a room where the men who bore the weight of those decisions in their bodies, fishers, whalers, harbour workers, and the occasional official, could sit in the same glow, breathe the same warmed air, and speak as human beings, rather than as lines in someone else's ledger. Even so, doubts gnawed at him like winter wind at the eaves. Some nights, when the tavern had emptied and only the embers in the hearth glowed red, he would sit on a bench and listen to the deep hush outside. No cartwheels, no city bells, only the distant crash of surf and the faint, eerie howl of wind moving over empty land. In that silence, the scale of the empire pressed in on him. What could one small house of stone and wood matter against treaties and monopolies, against the decisions to send or withhold a ship, to raise or lower a price? When a Danish factor sat at a table by the window, tallying accounts in neat script, and a local fisherman, hands cracked and raw, nursed a single mug he could barely afford, the tavern keeper felt a pang of uncertainty. Was he offering a bridge between worlds, or merely a warm backdrop against which inequality became easier to endure? When whalers boasted loudly of their catches while a widow counted coins for bread, he wondered if his firelight disguised too much. The desire to be a host, to ease hardship for an evening, wrestled within him with the fear of becoming an unthinking part of a machinery that did not favour his own people. Beyond his door, the forces shaping this isolated harbour were as vast as the North Atlantic itself. The Danish trade monopoly meant that Iceland's exports and imports flowed along tightly controlled channels. Merchants in distant offices decided how much cod, how much oil, how much wool would be taken, and at what price. Storms could destroy an entire season's value in a single night, wrecking a cargo ship on unseen rocks, or driving whaling vessels into pack ice they could not escape. Disease sometimes came ashore with sailors, leaving fevers in small, scattered communities far from any large hospital. Volcanic eruptions in the inland highlands might darken the sky and poison pastures, adding another layer of hardship to lives already lived near the edge. The Snow Harbour Tavern, with its few tables and its low ceiling, was a speck within these huge patterns, a flicker of light in a landscape written by climate and policy. The keeper could not change when the ships arrived or how the crown viewed its distant island, but he could decide what happened and what did not happen beneath his rafters. He was not alone in this small determination. His sister, who had lost a husband to a sudden squall only a mile from shore, helped in the kitchen and at the hearth. She had a way of placing a bowl of stew in front of someone with a firmness that brooked no refusal, as if she were anchoring them to life, even if only for one more meal. A local healer, older than most and half blind, often sat near the fire, drying herbs on a small rack and listening to the coughs and complaints of the room. His knowledge of poultices and infusions, passed down in murmured traditions, mended what little he could in bodies worn thin by cold and labour. A Danish clerk from the trading post sometimes slipped in after hours, his fingers ink-stained, his eyes tired. He had come to Iceland imagining a clean posting, a steady path upward, and found instead a place where every line he wrote had a face behind it. In the tavern, he and the locals occupied the same benches, and over time he found himself translating circular orders into something more humane, bending rigid instructions where he dared. Together, this unlikely circle formed the tavern's quiet defences against a world that was often indifferent to the suffering at the end of its own trade routes. The winter that tested them most severely began with a bad sign, an early storm that blew in before the last shipments of the season had arrived. Snow piled high against walls that were used to heavy weather, but not so soon. The sea ice seemed to thicken more quickly than usual, and rumours spread that a supply ship carrying grain and other necessities had been delayed or forced to turn back. In the tavern, each evening's talk had the same nervous undercurrent. How much was left in storage? How many mouths could be fed? Whether credit would be extended this time, or whether the tallymasters had decided the risk was too great. At the same time, the whaling season, which might have brought extra oil and meat, had gone poorly, the great animals proving elusive or too dangerous in the shifting flows. Hunger was not yet in the room, but it was close enough that people could feel its breath on their necks. The turning point arrived one night when the harbour was wrapped in a dark so complete that even the snow seemed to swallow light rather than reflect it. Wind drove fine crystals against the windows. The tavern's door rattled in its frame. Inside, the benches were crowded with anxious faces, fishermen, their families, harbour workers, a few officials whose presence drew careful glances. The Danish clerk sat near the corner, his ledger closed for once, his hands wrapped around a mug, as if for warmth more than taste. Conversation circled around the same topics: empty grain stores, overdue ships, the possibility of rationing. Then the door burst open on a blast of icy air, and a figure stumbled in. One of the harbour watchmen, his beard crusted with frost, eyes wide. Behind him, more shapes emerged, supporting a man whose boots left wet, slushy marks on the floor. A whaling ship, they gasped, had fought its way into the harbour at last, battered and half frozen, carrying both precious cargo and wounded men. The room shifted in an instant. Fear and relief collided, like waves. Some leapt up with joy at the news of supplies. Others looked immediately toward the injured, seeing blood and frostbite, hearing the ragged breaths of those who had almost not made it. The tavern keeper's mind raced. He had little extra food, and what remained was already promised to his regulars. Yet he could not turn the newcomers away. The healer was already on his feet, moving toward the wounded with a focus that erased his years. The keeper's sister began to rearrange tables, pushing them together to make a kind of rough sickbed near the hearth. The Danish clerk rose too, surprisingly, offering the use of a storeroom he had access to, with blankets and some reserved provisions meant originally for officials. There was a moment of hesitation, as if a line had been drawn between their supplies and ours. And then it passed. The room collectively decided that tonight, at least, the categories would blur. What followed was not orderly, but it was deeply human. Bowls of thin but hot stew were carried to those who needed it most. The injured were given space and bandaged as best as possible. Arrangements were made, in murmured negotiations, to share out the first of the whaling ship's cargo in a way that acknowledged both the efforts of those who had risked their lives to bring it and the desperate needs of those on shore. Arguments surfaced, of course, voices raised over who deserved what, accusations that someone was taking more than their share, but each time the quarrel threatened to grow, someone, a sister with flour on her hands, a healer with herbs in his pockets, a clerk with ink on his fingers, stepped in, reminding them all that the real enemy was the cold outside and the long months ahead. Slowly, the pattern of the night settled into a rough, improvised balance. No decree had ordered it. No law had specified how such a crisis should be handled. The tavern itself, its walls holding in warmth and voices, had allowed the community to shape its own response. When dawn finally began to press a faint grey against the edges of the windows, the Snow Harbour Tavern looked more like a ship's mess after a storm than a simple drinking house. People slept sitting up, heads on their arms. The injured breathed in shallow, steadier rhythms. Bowls and mugs stood empty on every surface. The tavern keeper moved among them with quiet steps, placing another log on the fire, tightening a blanket here, straightening a stool there. His doubts did not vanish. He knew that hunger and hardship were not defeated in a single night, that the trade monopoly and the long, cold geography of his island would continue to make life precarious. But he felt, in his bones, that the room had done what he had once dreamed it might. It had become a space where human choice mattered, where generosity and pragmatism had been allowed to meet and find a way through a dark hour. In that sense, the tavern had stood not against the empire, but beside it, adding a layer of warmth the laws themselves could never provide. Outside, the storm had eased. The harbour lay under a sky that was still heavy but no longer fierce. Ice floes bumped softly against the pilings, and the whaling ship rode low and quiet, a dark shape against the pale water. Above the tavern, the clouds thinned just enough to reveal, for a brief, shimmering moment, a veil of northern lights, green and violet streams gliding across the sky like silent banners, as if the heavens themselves were acknowledging the endurance of this small, stubborn community at the edge of the world. And far beyond that horizon, across an even rougher stretch of sea, another outpost waited. On the coast of Greenland, where snow was deeper, the nights longer, and a different kind of tavern stood by a smoky hearth, where Inuit hunters, sealers, and Danish officials sat side by side, their breath mingling in the dim, coal-scented air. You are now listening to part 9 of this quiet journey through the taverns of the Danish Empire, and tonight we will cross into the deep winter of Greenland, stepping softly into a low smoky house near a trading station, where Inuit hunters, Danish officials, and wandering sailors shared a fragile warmth under a sky that stayed dark for far too long. The settlement clung to the edge of the ice like a handful of embers laid out on a vast sheet of cold iron. In winter, daylight was a brief grey suggestion, slipping along the horizon and then vanishing, leaving behind a long, blue-black night that seemed to stretch without end. The sea near the shore was a frozen mosaic, floes pressed together and torn apart by invisible currents. Farther out, dark leads of water appeared and disappeared with the shifting ice. The buildings of the Danish trading station stood in a cluster, storehouses, a chapel, a main house for the factors, and, set slightly apart, a long, low structure with thick turf piled against its sides. This house was the tavern, not quite like those in Copenhagen or Christiania, but a place where people gathered to sit near a hearth, drink what could be found, and listen to voices instead of the wind. Its small windows were often rimed with frost from the inside, blurring the glow that leaked out into the endless night. Inside, the air was heavy with the smell of whale oil lamps, wood smoke, damp fur, and the lingering tang of seal meat cooking slowly in a pot. The ceiling beams were low enough that tall men had to duck. The floorboards creaked under the weight of boots and sealskin shoes. The man who kept this tavern had not been born in Greenland. He was Danish, once a clerk in a larger port, who had taken a post with the trading company in a mixture of ambition and escape. In his early years, he had dreamed of rising through the ranks of commerce, perhaps one day overseeing an important office in Copenhagen, his name written on letters that crossed seas. But a quiet dissatisfaction with crowded cities and narrow streets had crept into him over time. When the offer came to serve in Greenland, remote, harsh, but full of promise in the language of the contract, he accepted, imagining that he would be part of some grand northern story, shaping routes and supplies at the edge of the known world. Yet when he arrived, the reality was harsh and small, numbers in ledgers, endless cold, long intervals when ships did not come at all, and the constant weight of responsibility for food, tools, and the fragile lives that depended on those shipments. The tavern grew out of his desire to give shape to something else within this stern duty, a space that belonged more to people than to cargo, where the long night could be met with shared warmth rather than solitary endurance. Inside, however, he wrestled with unease that deepened with each passing year. He watched Inuit hunters come to the trading post with furs and blubber, their faces marked by wind and ice, and saw how the balance of power leaned in favour of the company's scales, the company's prices, the company's ships. He saw Danish officials, himself among them, making decisions that felt routine and necessary on paper, but grew heavier when he looked into the tired eyes of those who had walked miles over snow to exchange the work of their lives for imported goods. The tavern, he hoped, might be a place where some of the rigid lines softened, where hunters and clerks and sailors could sit at the same table, where language barriers were bridged by nods and shared cups. Yet he could not always shake the fear that his warm room was, in its own way, a comfort that made unequal arrangements easier to bear. Was he offering companionship, or merely cushioning the hard edges of a system that took more than it gave? On nights when the lamps burned low and the wind howled against the walls, that question echoed louder than any drinking song. Beyond the small circle of lamplight, the forces shaping Greenland were vast and indifferent. The ice itself was a power, shifting and grinding, opening and closing routes that no map could fully predict. Storms swept in from the Arctic with little warning, trapping ships or smashing them against unseen flows. The Danish crown's decisions about trade and mission work drifted north in the form of letters and new regulations, orders about which goods to prioritise, how to manage hunting, how to maintain the fragile balance between profit and the protection, at least in principle, of local communities. Sometimes these orders seemed reasonable on parchment. Sometimes they felt like ill-fitting garments, tailored for a different climate. Disease could arrive quietly, carried by a crewman's cough, spreading through people whose lives had always been hard, but whose immune defences were unprepared for certain foreign fevers. In such a world, the tavern was small, its existence barely a footnote in official reports. It could not stop the ice from closing, nor ships from staying away one season too many. And yet, within its walls, small alliances formed like clusters of warmth in the cold. There was an Inuit woman, skilled in sewing and mending, who sat near the hearth with her work. She spoke only a little Danish, but her hands turned worn skins into garments that could mean the difference between life and frostbite. Hunters trusted her. She, in turn, watched the faces of officials with a calm gaze that missed little. A Danish catechist sent north to teach and preach found himself returning to the tavern more often than he had expected, not to deliver sermons, but to sit quietly among people, sharing simple songs and sometimes translating between those who spoke different tongues. A young sailor, wintering unwillingly in the station after ice blocked his ship's departure, played a battered concertina in the evenings, his melodies weaving through the low room, mixing with the soft murmur of voices and the occasional crackle of someone's laughter. Together, these figures helped define the tavern's character, not a place of loud abandon, but of tentative connections, of attempts to see and be seen in a land where the horizon often erased distinctions into white. One winter, the darkness seemed heavier than usual. The supply ship that should have arrived before the worst of the ice was delayed, then rumoured lost, then finally reported safe, but trapped, far to the south, unable to reach the station until spring. Rations tightened. Every sack of flour and barrel of grain was measured with increasing care. Hunters brought in what they could, but animals were fickle, and storms made travel dangerous, even for those who knew the land well. Inside the tavern, conversations grew quieter, tauter. People spoke of stretching supplies, of replacing imported goods with what could be gathered locally, of whispers about whether Copenhagen truly understood how close to the edge its northern outpost was. The tavern keeper felt the air grow thinner each evening, not from lack of oxygen, but from the weight of hope and fear sharing the same small room. The night that tested them most began with a wind that seemed to rise from under the earth rather than out of the sky. Snow blew horizontally, grains of ice tapping against the windows like persistent fingers. The tavern filled early, people seeking shelter, not just from the cold, but from the feeling of being alone. with their worrying thoughts. Inuit families came in, wrapped in furs, cheeks bright from the cold. Danish clerks and workers arrived with their collars turned up, faces pinched. The lamps were turned higher than usual, as if light itself could push the storm back. As voices murmured, the door opened once more, and a small group entered, hunters from a settlement farther along the coast, their sleds left outside, their clothing stiff with frost. They brought news. A cache of supplies from an earlier expedition had been found, half buried near an old hunting camp. There was food, yes, but also medicine and tools, things that could help many, if shared. The room's relief was immediate and noisy. Voices rose, some in joy, others in overlapping claims about who needed what, whose children were hungriest, whose elders were weakest. The tavern keeper felt the mood tilting, the first swell of argument pushing against the walls like another kind of storm. He knew that if the night descended into accusations, the fragile unity that had carried them this far through the winter could crack. Before the disputes hardened, the Inuit seamstress near the hearth spoke up, her words simple but firm. She addressed one of the hunters in her own tongue, then turned and repeated the essence in halting Danish. "We all walked in this storm. We all lose if we fight here." Her voice, low but steady, seemed to cut through the rising clamour. The tavern keeper, seizing that thin thread of calm, suggested that they lay out, in the centre of the room, a simple plan. Who needed medicine most urgently? Which families had the least stored food? How much could be set aside for emergencies? The catechist found a scrap of paper and a stub of pencil. The clerk, his ink frozen in its pot, none the less offered his precise mind for the remembering. Hunters, mothers, elders spoke in turn, each in their own language, with others translating where they could. It was not clean or seamless. Misunderstandings flared, old grievances flickered at the edges, but the tavern's walls held them together. The concertina player, sensing when tempers began to spike, would sometimes let a soft melody wander into the pauses, a reminder of the shared silence beneath their different words. By the time the storm began to ease, they had sketched out an agreement, not perfect, but acceptable. Certain supplies would be distributed immediately to those in the most precarious condition. Others would be held back under joint watch, to be opened only if need became dire. Responsibilities were shared. Who would guard, who would hunt, who would tend to the sick? It was, in its own small and fragile way, governance born not of distant decrees, but of people looking at one another across a low table, seeing the weariness and determination in each other's faces. The tavern keeper felt something loosen in his chest as he watched it unfold. Here, at least, the house he had built was not a mask over injustice, but a vessel in which a different kind of order could briefly take shape. When at last the door opened onto a quieter night, the snow still lay deep, but the wind had dropped to a whisper. One by one, people left the tavern, pulling their hoods up, stepping carefully into the pale sheen of reflected lamplight on the drifts. Inside, the keeper and his few helpers moved slowly through the room, trimming wicks, banking the hearth, straightening benches where tired bodies had rested. He was still a representative of a distant power. He still had ledgers to balance, reports to send. That had not changed. But after this night, he felt that he carried something else as well. The memory of a circle of people gathered against the dark, choosing to share what they had rather than fracture into isolated need. That memory would not appear in any company archive. It would live instead in the way he wrote his next letters, in the tone he took with both superiors and neighbours. Outside above the settlement, the sky began to clear. Stars appeared, sharp and innumerable, pricking the darkness with cold, steady points. Somewhere far to the south, beyond the ice and the endless grey water, there were other stars shining over very different coasts, warm islands where palm trees moved in sea breezes and where Danish flags fluttered above harbours smelling not of whale oil but of sugar and rum. In those distant West Indian colonies, taverns waited too, houses of faded paint and open shutters, where the air was heavy with heat, and the questions of empire took on another shape entirely, beneath the slow turning of tropical nights. You are now listening to part 10 of this quiet journey through the taverns of the Danish Empire, and tonight we will cross from the snow and ice to warm, heavy air, stepping slowly into a harbour tavern in the West Indies, where sugar ships and rum barrels crowded the quay, and where the questions of empire tasted of sweetness and salt at the very same time. In the harbour town, the heat lingered even after sunset, wrapping itself around ships, streets, and people like a damp, invisible cloth. Lanterns swung gently from balconies, casting soft gold over cobbled alleys, and the slow rise of palm fronds that moved in the faint night breeze. Down by the waterfront, warehouses rose in straight, practical lines, tall, whitewashed walls stained by rust and salt, their doors wide enough for ox carts loaded with sugar hogsheads to pass through. In their shadow, almost pressed against them, stood a tavern whose shutters were painted a faded blue, the colour of sky that had been boiled in the sun until it paled. Its open doorway spilled light and music onto the street, and above it a simple sign creaked in the breeze. No grand emblem, just a stylized ship and a cluster of barrels. People called it the Sugar Ship Tavern, because almost everyone who passed through its rooms had some tie to the sugar that defined the island. Sailors, merchants, overseers, clerks, free people of colour who worked in the town, and, more rarely, plantation owners who came in on business from the countryside. The air inside was thick with the smells of molasses, sweat, tobacco, and rum, undercut by the salt breath of the nearby sea. Ceiling fans turned lazily, and the walls had absorbed so much heat over the years that they seemed to glow with it, even in the darkest hour of the night. The tavern's keeper walked through this warmth with the ease of someone born to it, though his life had never been simple. His father had been a minor Danish official, sent to the islands to keep books in a counting house, imagining a brief tropical posting before returning home. His mother was a woman of mixed African and European ancestry who knew the island's languages and moods in a way no newcomer ever would. The child they brought into the world did not fit neatly into either of their original plans. He grew up hearing Danish spoken over ledgers and contracts, and Creole and African tongues in courtyards and kitchens, absorbing stories of Copenhagen snow he had never seen, and stories of ancestral homelands he could barely imagine. As a boy, he watched sugar carts creak through the streets and saw the way eyes looked at them, how some saw only wealth, others saw only toil. For a time he dreamed of leaving, of travelling to Europe to study, or of signing onto a ship that would show him coasts that did not smell of boiling sugar. But when his father died of a fever, and his mother's small house by the quay came into his hands, he chose a different path. He turned that house into a tavern, drawing on both sides of his heritage, hoping, though he scarcely admitted it aloud, that he could make this place a room where people who normally passed each other with narrowed eyes might sit, at least for a while, under the same light. Inside, though, he carried a restless, difficult knowing. He could not ignore what lay beyond his walls. The wealth that bought the fine coats of some of his customers, the silver coins they placed on his counter, came from fields where cane grew tall and hard, cut by hands that were owned rather than hired, He knew the crack of whips existed, even if he did not hear it from his doorstep. He saw the marks on certain backs and shoulders when men came in from the country, seeking relief on their rare days in town. He also saw Danish and other European merchants, faces flushed from the heat, discussing profits in the same room, the words cargo and loss and good season spilling easily from their tongues. The tavern keeper's desire to offer welcome, to keep his house as a space of music and laughter and conversation, wrestled constantly with the fear that he was offering charm to a system that did not deserve it. On some nights when the last customers had gone and only the slow ticking of the cooling bottles remained, he wondered whether every cup of rum he poured was merely another drop of sweet liquid laid over something bitter and unspoken. Outside his door, forces far beyond the island flowed like currents under the surface of the sea. The Danish crown, like other European powers, measured these islands in exports and revenues, in the number of ships that left with holds full of sugar, molasses, and rum. Trade winds and hurricanes had their say, deciding which voyages succeeded and which ended in splintered wood on reefs. International politics shifted. Wars in Europe changed, which flags were welcome in the harbour, which ships were considered enemies, which treaties would protect or endanger the flow of goods. News of revolts in other colonies, of debates in distant parliaments about the trade in human beings, drifted into the tavern in fragments, carried by sailors and officials who had half heard them in other ports. The sugar ship tavern itself was a small thing within this storm of commerce and conscience, a room with wooden beams and a scarred counter, its windows looking out onto a harbour where chains and ropes, barrels and crates moved in patterns that no single person could fully grasp. Yet within these walls, small acts of choice and alliance took place every evening. The tavern keeper did not stand alone. Behind the counter, helping to pour rum and keep accounts, was a young woman whose grandparents had been enslaved on a nearby plantation and who now carried herself with a quiet, hard-earned pride. She had learned numbers quickly, faster than anyone expected, and she could spot the difference between fair and unfair measures with a single glance. In the kitchen, an older man, once a sailor, then for a time an overseer, now something more like a wandering uncle to the household, cooked dishes that blended European recipes with local ingredients, turning salt cod and yams into meals that tasted of both persistence and adaptation. At night, a fiddler of mixed descent, whose bow had travelled from African rhythms to European reels and back again, sat on a low stool near the corner and filled the room with tunes that neither side of the ocean could fully claim as its own. These were the tavern's quiet pillars, holding up its sense of self when the outside world pressed hard. One particular evening, the fragile balance that the tavern keeper tried to keep was tested. The day had been oppressively hot, the air so still that even the palm leaves had hung limp. A sugar ship had come into harbour late in the afternoon, heavy with barrels, its crew exhausted and short-tempered after a difficult crossing. At the same time, tension had been simmering on the island, rumours of harsh new measures on certain plantations, whispers that some people were disappearing into punishment cells and not returning. In the Sugar Ship Tavern that night, the mix of patrons was more volatile than usual. At one long table near the wall, sailors from the new arrival drank quickly, boasting about storms survived and profits expected. At another, a plantation bookkeeper and an overseer spoke in low, sharp tones about discipline and keeping order. Near the door, a small cluster of free men of colour and enslaved house servants on rare passes sat together, talking in quieter voices about families, about prices in the market, about news from other islands, where people had dared to push back against the order of things. The air felt thick, as if the heat itself were listening. The turning moment was not a sudden brawl, but a few words dropped like a stone into a still pool. One sailor, flushed with rum and bravado, laughed too loudly and said something about the ones in the fields that was both careless and cruel, reducing human lives to expendable labour in a single, ugly phrase. The room flinched, conversations faltered. At the table near the door, one of the younger men, a carpenter's apprentice whose mother worked in a great house's kitchen, stiffened, his hand tightening around his mug. A reply rose to his tongue that, if spoken now, might tear the thin fabric of safety the tavern offered. To let the insult pass in silence would wound him deeply. To answer it with all the anger it deserved might bring trouble crashing down on him and those beside him. The tavern keeper felt the tension like a sudden knot in his chest. Before the silence could tip into open confrontation, the fiddler in the corner shifted the tune. His bow moved into a melody that everyone in the room knew, a slow, lilting air that sailors had picked up in these waters, carried north, then brought back again. It was a song that, over time, had gathered words in different tongues, verses about home and separation, about nights at sea and lights in the hills. The tavern keeper stepped away from the counter and, in a voice that was gentle but firm, addressed the sailor who had spoken. "You've had a long crossing," he said, not loudly enough to scold, but clearly enough that the whole room could hear. "And you have not yet learned our song. Listen a while. It speaks of all the hands that bring a ship to harbour." There was nothing explicit in his words, nothing that could be written up as defiance. But the emphasis, all the hands, settled over the room like a veil of meaning. The sailor, caught halfway between pride and confusion, muttered something less sharp and turned his attention toward the music. The young man by the door, still tense, found his anger redirected into the lyrics as he softly joined the song in his own language. Others followed, some humming, some adding scraps of words from places as far apart as Copenhagen, West Africa, and the neighbouring islands. The tune filled the tavern, smoothing the air without erasing the truth of what had just been said. The overseer and bookkeeper exchanged glances, uneasy but unwilling to be the ones to break the spell. For a few minutes, under the slow-moving fans and the heavy night air, the Sugar Ship Tavern became something that no ledger could describe, a room in which shared sound held together people who, outside those walls, lived in sharply divided worlds. When the song faded, conversation did not entirely return to its previous patterns. Some topics were avoided, others approached more carefully. The plantation men finished their drinks earlier than usual and left, the overseer's boots loud on the floorboards. The sailors drifted towards stories of weather and waves rather than labour and profit. At the door, as the group of free and enslaved patrons prepared to step back into the night, the tavern keeper's assistant slipped a small parcel of food into the carpenter's apprentice's hand, a gesture so small it could easily have been missed, yet one that carried with it a wordless acknowledgement. "I heard, I saw, I know what you swallowed back." The apprentice nodded once, eyes bright in the lamplight, then disappeared into the narrow street. Later, when the tavern had emptied, and only the slow creak of the shutters marked the passing of time, the keeper stood in the doorway and looked out at the harbour. The masts were black shapes against a sky thick with stars, their reflections trembling in the dark water. He felt the familiar tug of doubt. Had he done enough? His house had not changed the structure of the island's life. The plantation still stood. The ships still loaded sugar that others had cut. Legends of revolt and law, of abolition and backlash, would play out on stages far larger than his blue-shuttered tavern. Yet this night at least, he had prevented a wound from tearing wider. In his small way, he had insisted that in this room, under this roof, people would be reminded, even if only through a song, that no wealth travelled these seas without the work and suffering of many different hands. The air outside was still hot, but a faint breeze came off the water, carrying with it the smell of tar, and somewhere far off, the distant clean scent of open sea. Ships that left this harbour would not only sail north toward Europe, some would turn east, rounding capes and crossing long oceans toward other corners of the empire, in lands beyond Africa, beyond the Horn and the Line where maps bent strangely. There were coasts where different spices scented the air, where palm trees cast their shadows on temples and fortresses, and where Danish trading posts stood among many others on the edge of the Indian Ocean. In one such place, on a shore called Tranquebar, another tavern's lantern would soon be lit, its doorway opening onto a street where Tamil, Danish, German, and Portuguese voices mingled under the same humid sky, and where the tides of trade, faith and empire washed through a narrow crowded room. You are now listening to part 11 of this quiet journey through the taverns of the Danish Empire, and tonight we will follow the sugar ships and trade winds further east across long, heaving oceans until the air changes again, this time into the heavy, perfumed warmth of the Coromandel coast, where a small tavern in Tranquebar stands between temple bells and church hymns, its doorway opening onto a narrow street where many worlds brush past each other. Tranquebar was not a vast city, but it felt, to those who first arrived by sea, like a carefully folded meeting of continents. The Danish fort, with its pale walls and watchful bastions, stood facing the surf, its cannons pointed toward the restless line, where brown waves met the hazy sky. Behind it, streets ran in orderly lines, laid out according to a rational plan, but life spilled and curled around those lines with its own rhythm. Tamil vendors sat on the ground behind baskets of bright fruit and piles of folded cloth. Brahmin priests passed in white garments, their foreheads marked by lines of sacred ash or sandalwood paste. German and Danish missionaries walked in small groups, their black coats and simple hats catching the sun. Portuguese words drifted out of doorways, alongside chants in Tamil and hymns in Lutheran melodies. The air smelled of the sea, of drying fish and palm oil, of incense from nearby shrines, and of spices that seemed to cling to the very walls. Not far from the main gate of the fort, tucked into a side street that led toward the native quarter, there stood a tavern with a low, deep veranda and wooden shutters carved with simple motifs. A painted board above the door bore a ship and a palm tree, and beneath it, in slightly faded letters, 2 languages sat side by side. To some, it was the Palm Gate Tavern. To others, it was simply that house where everyone eventually sits together. The man who kept this tavern had not always meant to live so far from the cold waters of home. He had been an apprentice in Copenhagen once, learning to copy letters and balance accounts in the service of a trading company. As a boy, he had dreamed of warmth in a vague northern way, of places where winter did not bite, where colours were brighter than the grey harbour, and where the sea smelled of something other than tar and fish. When the company offered him a posting in Tranquebar, half opportunity, half test, he took it with a mixture of eagerness and pride, imagining himself at the heart of a bustling eastern trade. The journey was long. The first shock of heat and light when he disembarked was almost painful. But over time, his eyes adjusted. He watched the tides of people that flowed around the fort's walls, scholars of strange scripts, weavers and moneylenders, fishermen with nets glittering with silverfish, Catholic priests, German pietists, Danish officers, and the countless unnamed workers who hauled, lifted, swept, and cooked. At some point, amid this swirl, the idea of opening a tavern came to him, not a rowdy sailor's den, nor a mere European bubble, but a place on the edge between the fort and the town, where those who lived in the overlap might find a seat. Deep inside, he nourished a quiet hope that here, in a house of wood and lime, among palms and dust, he might make a living out of weaving small human connections across the great unseen lines that empires were so fond of drawing. Yet his own heart was not without its storms. On certain nights, when the monsoon winds had lulled and the air inside the tavern felt thick as warm cloth, he would sit alone after closing and listen to the last echoes of the day. He heard, in memory, the clipped Danish orders of the fort's officers, the earnest German of the missionaries speaking of souls, the measured Tamil of local scribes, the soft, teasing laughter of market women. He could not ignore what lay beneath these sounds. The fort, whose garrison sometimes laughed and drank at his tables, existed to secure trade advantages, to enforce treaties drawn up far away, to ensure that Danish merchants received their share of pepper, textiles, and other coveted goods. Missionaries spoke of bringing light, yet their efforts sometimes clashed with ancient customs formed over centuries. Conversions, when they came, carried social costs that did not appear in any baptismal register. The tavern keeper wondered where his house fit in this landscape. Was he building a gentle third place where differences could be examined in the half-light, or was he simply giving people a pleasant room in which to forget the sharp edges of the very structures that gave him his livelihood? His desire to offer hospitality wrestled with the worry that his hospitality might be a comforting curtain drawn over matters that ought to be faced. Outside his door, great currents moved in ways he could only partly sense. The Danish presence in Tranquebar was a small piece of a much larger puzzle of European powers along the Indian coast. The British, the French, the Portuguese, the Dutch, all had forts and factories somewhere along these shores, watching each other, listening for shifts in alliances, ready to seize advantage when a treaty was signed or broken elsewhere. Monsoon patterns dictated when ships could arrive and when they must stay away. A bad season at sea could empty warehouses and tighten belts. Internal politics within the Indian kingdoms mattered too. A new Raja with different trade preferences, a war between local powers, a shift in tax policy that changed which goods were profitable to export. Disease, fevers that came with the rains, mysterious chills that struck during the so-called cool season, did not respect flags or faiths. The Palmgate Tavern could not hope to redirect those tides. It bobbed in their wake, sometimes full to bursting, sometimes nearly empty, its income rising and falling with events unfolding in capitals and palaces it would never see. But within its thick walls and shaded veranda, the tavern developed its own small gravity. The keeper did not stand alone behind his counter. A local cook, a widow whose husband had once worked on European ships, prepared food that startled and comforted in equal measure. Tamarind soured stews that reminded Danish tongues of sour cabbage, flatbreads that could cradle salted pork or spice lentils, rice flavoured with cardamom that seemed to whisper of both foreignness and home. A Tamil boy, quick and curious, served as both errand runner and informal translator. He moved easily between customers, switching languages mid-sentence like someone stepping from one room into another without thinking. A German missionary who had found that his sermons sometimes landed better after a day of listening than after an hour of preaching, took to spending certain evenings at a corner table with a stack of palm leaf manuscripts and a willingness to answer questions that arose between cups. Together, this unlikely trio, the cook, the boy, the missionary, helped the tavern become something more than a shelter from sun and rain. It became a place where information and misunderstanding, prejudice and curiosity all passed through the same narrow door. One evening, the fragile balance inside the Palm Gate Tavern was tested more sharply than usual. The day had been heavy with the promise of rain, clouds stacking themselves over the sea, the air almost humming with static. The fort had hosted a meeting earlier between company officials and local merchants about new duties on certain exports. Rumours had flown. Some said the duties would favour Danish interests at the expense of others. Some claimed they would squeeze local traders hardest. At the same time, the missionaries had grown bolder in their public efforts, and there had been an incident, a confrontation really, near a temple, where a small group of recent converts had been jeered and turned away by relatives who saw their new faith as a betrayal of caste and tradition. These currents flowed into the tavern with the evening. At one table sat a pair of Danish clerks, flushed and defensive, speaking of necessary adjustments and royal instructions. At another, a Tamil merchant in a fine cotton garment drank slowly, his jaw set, saying little. A group of young men from the town, some sympathetic to the missionaries, some angry at them, crowded near the door. The air inside felt as tight as the sky outside. The shift came when one of the clerks, weary and a little too deep into his cup, made a careless remark about primitive customs that must give way if trade and faith were to flourish. The words were spoken in Danish, but the tone and the few familiar terms embedded in his sentence carried across the language barrier like a slap. The Tamil merchant's eyes hardened. One of the young men near the door half rose, anger burning through his restraint. The tavern keeper felt the room contract around that moment. He knew that if a line were crossed here, if someone struck another, if a curse were exchanged in words that could not be easily translated away, the tavern might lose its fragile reputation as neutral ground. Worse, the anger spilling here could seep out into the narrow lanes, feeding stories that would make it harder for people to ever sit together again. It was the missionary in the corner who moved first. He set down the palm leaf he had been reading and stood, his chair scraping softly on the floor. In imperfect but sincere Tamil, he addressed the merchant and the young men, acknowledging what had just been said, not pretending it had not reached their ears. Then turning to the clock, he switched to Danish, his voice calm but edged with something that made the younger man straighten. "We speak often," he said, "of hearts we hope to win. Do you think hearts will be moved by being called names? These customs, whether you understand them or not, are woven into people's lives. If you begin by mocking the threads, why should they trust you with the cloth?" His rebuke was not loud, but it hung in the warm air with undeniable weight. The clerk flushed, stammered, tried to frame his words more carefully. Around the room, a few shoulders relaxed by a fraction. The tavern keeper seized the opening. He asked the cook to send out small plates of spiced snacks to the tables, an offering that carried, in this context, a quiet message. "We are still sharing this room." Then he invited, with gentle insistence, the Tamil merchant and one of the clerks to sit together at a table nearer the veranda, where the air moved a little more freely. The boy, with his easy shifts between languages, was asked to stay close, ostensibly to serve, but in truth to help shape the conversation. What followed was not a magical reconciliation. Centuries of culture and decades of empire do not melt away over one evening's drinks. But some concrete things were said. The merchant spoke, in measured phrases, about what the new duties would do to his trade, about the families whose livelihoods depended on certain margins. The clerk, sobered in more ways than one, explained the pressure from Copenhagen, the expectations of revenue from this small but useful foothold in India. The missionary, hovering nearby, translated not only words but tones, reminding each side, when needed, that the other was not a faceless opponent, but a man shaped by his own obligations and fears. Outside, as if in echo, the sky finally burst. Monsoon rain hammered the veranda roof, drummed on the street, turned dust into suds. The sound folded around the tavern like a curtain, making the interior feel suddenly more intimate, as though the whole world shrank to the glow of the lamps and the murmur of voices. The young men who had stood near the door found themselves unable to leave. They would be soaked to the bone in moments if they tried. So they too sat down, drawn into clusters, where explanations and stories began to weave themselves. Someone cracked a joke about rain that sounded like a European preacher's sermon. Too long, too heavy. Laughter trembled through the room, loosening lingering knots of tension. The cooks sent out steaming cups of a sweet, milky drink scented with cardamom. Even the clerks accepted them, holding the unfamiliar flavour on their tongues with a kind of cautious curiosity. By the time the rain lightened and the night air cooled, a few small practical concessions had been sketched among the words. The merchant agreed to communicate more clearly with his peers about the exact nature of the new duties to avoid rumours outstripping reality. The clerk promised to adjust, where he could, the timing of collections to spare traders the worst of the cash crunch right after the monsoon. Nothing revolutionary had occurred. No proclamation would be issued describing what happened in the Palmgate Tavern that night. Yet the tavern keeper felt, as he watched the last guests drift away into the damp, fragrant darkness, that the room had lived up to his quiet vow for at least one evening. It had not erased the power of the fort's cannons or the tension between temple bells and church bells in the town outside, but it had offered a chamber where human voices could meet halfway, and where rain on the roof could soften even sharp words into something more bearable. Later, as he shuttered the windows and let the last lantern's flame sink lower, he found his thoughts wandering not northward toward Copenhagen, but westward and southward along the trade routes that linked Tranquebar to other distant coasts. Pepper and cloth from here would travel to other forts. Ships that took on water in this harbour would cross the Indian Ocean round Africa and touch at anchorages on its western shore. On one such shore, far away on the Gulf of Guinea, stood another Danish fort, Christiansborg, its white walls reflecting a very different sun, its dungeons and courtyards bearing witness to a trade far darker than pepper and textiles. There too, a tavern's lamplight flickered somewhere beyond the fort's gates, where middlemen, captains, clerks and local brokers met under the heavy night sky, and the stories told over their cups would carry the echo of chains and distant waves in a way that no one in Tranquebar's gentle reign could fully imagine. You are now listening to part 12 of this quiet journey through the taverns of the Danish Empire, and tonight we will stand beneath the blinding sun of the Gulf of Guinea and step very softly into a tavern in the shadow of Christiansborg Fort, its lamps flickering against whitewashed walls that have watched too many ships come and go, bearing cargo that can never be spoken of as merely goods. Christiansborg rose from the rocky shore like a pale, stubborn tooth, its walls square and solid, its cannons pointing toward a sea that glimmered with heat by day and phosphorescence by night. Around it, the town grew in tangled layers, market stalls shaded by cloth and palm leaves, compounds with courtyards where cooking smoke curled upward, narrow paths trodden smooth by bare feet and boots, and the inevitable warehouses, thick-walled, heavy-doored, smelling of salt, gunpowder, and something else that clung to stone in a way no rain could wash away. Between the fort and the town, pressed almost into their seam, lay a low building with a red-tiled roof and small grilled windows. Its doorway opened onto a strip of packed earth that turned to mud in the rainy season and to powder in the dry. By day it looked unremarkable. By night its lamplight spilled onto the ground like a small wavering pool. This was the tavern that traders, factors, interpreters, coastal brokers, and sailors had come to call the Fort Gate House, a place where one could sit within sight of Christiansborg's walls, and yet feel, for an hour or two, slightly beyond their command. Inside the air was heavy with humidity and tobacco smoke, the smell of palm wine, imported schnapps, sweat, and the faint tang of the sea that never quite left even when the shutters were closed. The tavern's keeper was a man balanced uneasily between worlds. His father had been a minor Danish official who had taken service at the fort, signing up for a posting that promised advancement and hazard in equal measure. His mother was from a coastal African community that had traded with Europeans for generations, salt, cloth, ivory, and in later years, human lives. The child they raised knew from the beginning that lines on maps did not match the lines in people's hearts. He grew up playing in the courtyard of the fort and in the yards of his mother's kin, hearing Danish and Akan and Gar in the same afternoon, absorbing the gestures and songs of both. As he grew older, he watched ship after ship arrive and depart. He saw how ledgers thickened when certain cargoes were loaded, how faces tightened when certain words were used, shipment, lot, losses. For a time, he dreamed of escaping altogether, perhaps of finding work on a neutral merchant ship, or of slipping away inland and leaving the fort's shadow behind. But the pull of this narrow strip of coast, of these two languages inside his head, was strong. When a chance came to lease a small house near the gate and turn it into a tavern, he took it with a heart full of conflicting desires to make a living, to create a space where different people might meet on slightly more equal footing, and though he hardly dared name it, to keep hold of something human in a place where too much was being weighed in cold numbers. Inside his mind was a kind of quiet battlefield. Each evening, as he set out cups and wiped the scarred wooden tables, he felt the weight of what walked through his door. European captains trailing tobacco smoke and the sweet bite of brandy. Local middlemen whose wealth came from deals made inside the fort. Interpreters whose tongues had learned to carry phrases about cargo and units, while their eyes witnessed the reality those terms hid. Sometimes a missionary drawn in by a mixture of curiosity and loneliness. The tavern keeper wanted to believe that his house could be a place where, for a little while, people remembered one another as men and women with faces and families, not just as roles in a grim machinery. Yet he could not forget that much of the coin laid on his counter had passed through hands stained by the trade in bodies. On some nights, when the last lamp was turned low and only the surf and distant fort noises remained, he would sit alone and ask himself a question that had no easy answer. By offering comfort here, was he easing the conscience of those who should be more troubled, smoothing the rough grain of a system that perhaps ought to splinter? Or was this small, dim room the only place where doubt could whisper at all? The question lay in him like a stone in deep water, present, unmoving, sometimes almost forgotten, sometimes painfully felt. Beyond the tavern door, great forces moved with terrible calm. The Atlantic trade linked this stretch of coast to ports in Europe and the Americas. Christiansborg was one fort, among many held by different European powers, each competing, bargaining, and manoeuvring for advantage along the shore. Letters from Copenhagen outlined regulations, quotas, and reforms that sometimes softened practices, sometimes merely rearranged them on paper. Alliances among coastal polities shifted. A new chief, a feud, a war inland could change who had the power to supply captives, who might resist, who might seek protection behind the fort's walls. Storms at sea destroyed ships, disease-ravaged crews, and coastal populations alike. Fevers that did not care about flags or ranks. The tavern itself was almost invisible in such calculations, a scribble in a local account book, a footnote in someone's private letter home. It could not halt a single voyage, nor free a single chained hand by decree. It could not turn the tide of an economy built on extraction and suffering, but it could, perhaps, hold up a small lantern against that vast darkness and say, "Here for a moment we will look at each other." He was not alone in that effort. The Fort Gatehouse had a staff that, in their own ways, pushed back against the flattening of people into categories. A woman from a nearby town whose brother had vanished inland in a raid years before ran the hearth and the small kitchen. Her stews and roasted plantains were simple, filling, and served with a gaze that saw more than most patrons realised. An older European, once a sailor, then a minor clerk, now half ruined by malaria and time, kept a seat near the back wall, where he would write letters for those who could not write themselves, or read aloud from newspapers crumpled and months out of date, turning distant debates about abolition or reform into stories that mixed with the smoke. A young man of mixed background, cousin to the keeper, moved among the tables with the effortless code switching of someone who had learned to survive by listening. He knew when to translate exactly and when to soften, when to pretend not to understand a cruel joke, when to let a pause fall heavy after someone used a word that should have tasted bitter. Together, this small circle gave the tavern a pulse that was not entirely synchronized with the fort's drums. One evening, the long unease that had always been in the room gathered into a more tangible shape. A ship lay in the roadstead, a slaving vessel that had already made more than one voyage, its captain known for his hard bargaining and harder discipline. The day had been full of tense meetings within the fort, arguments over prices, over the condition, a number of those held in the dungeons, over new instructions from Europe that spoke, at least on paper, of improving conditions and limiting certain abuses. Outside in the town, whispers had begun to circulate of villagers farther inland refusing to cooperate, of raids that had gone wrong, of armed resistance that some said would grow. That night the tavern was crowded. At one table the captain and his chief mate drank, with two company factors, their voices low and quick, phrases like losses, mortality, and acceptable margin drifting like smoke. At another, local brokers spoke in guarded tones about the danger of pushing communities too far. In a corner, the older ex-clerk read aloud, for a small group, a passage from an English pamphlet that questioned the morality of the entire traffic. A dangerous text, to be sure, but one that had found its way here, folded inside a bale of goods. The air felt as dense as the heat outside, pressing against lungs and thoughts alike. The turning point of the night did not come with a shout, but with a quiet sentence spoken by someone most would have called unimportant. A young African interpreter who had spent the day inside the fort translating commands and replies between chiefs and officials sat near the door, his shoulders hunched, his cup barely touched, when the captain, half boasting, half complaining, remarked that these numbers were unfortunate but inevitable losses in such a business. The interpreter's head lifted as if pulled by a string. In careful Danish, he had worked hard to learn that language to earn his position. He said, "It is only an inevitable loss to someone who is counting from far away." His voice was neither loud nor trembling, but it carried. Conversations faltered. For a moment, all eyes went to him. The factors, the captain, the local brokers, the missionary visitor, the tavern keeper himself. In that suspended heartbeat, it was as if a seam had come undone in the fabric of the evening. The tavern keeper felt fear then. Fear for the interpreter who had spoken truth in a place where truth could cost dearly. Fear for his own house, which might be marked as troublesome if this moment turned into an open challenge. But he also felt something else, yes, a sense that if this sentence were allowed to sink without trace, if it was smoothed over by jokes or anger or silence, then his tavern would have failed at the deepest level. Before the captain could snap back, before a factor could laugh it off, the older ex-clerk leaned forward and, with the weary authority of someone who had lived too long in this climate to fear nuance, said, "He is right, you know." He tapped the side of his own head. "The numbers live here for you." Then he touched his chest. "But they live here for him, for those whose names are not written. The paper does not feel it. The bodies do." His choice of language, neither directly accusatory nor flattering, hung between worlds. A fragile, uncomfortable conversation followed. The captain bristled, then, perhaps conscious of the missionary's eyes on him, moderated his tone, muttering about regulations and necessary hardships, about pressures from owners back in Europe who saw only profit and loss columns. The factors, sensing a dangerous edge, shifted the talk toward the new instructions they had received about improving rations, reducing overcrowding, measures that some might call small, others might call token. The local brokers listened, their expressions a blend of skepticism and calculation, caught as they were between their communities and the fort's power. The interpreter said little more. His one sentence had already done its work. All the while, the tavern keeper and his staff moved quietly through the room, refilling cups, setting down bowls, their presence a kind of steadying rhythm amid the unpredictable currents of words. No one stormed out. No one drew a weapon. But something had been said in the fort gate house that could not be unsaid, and it lodged in more than one mind. When the lamps were finally dimmed and the last unsteady footsteps had disappeared into the humid darkness, the keeper sat with the interpreter and the ex-clerk at a table still sticky with spilled drink. They did not celebrate. There was no victory here, no sudden turning of the vast wheel outside. The ship would still sail, the trade would continue, at least for a time. But the interpreter, staring at his hands, admitted that he had not planned to speak, that the words had simply forced their way out after too many days of being treated as part of the fort's furniture. The ex-clerk, rubbing his temples, confessed that he had received more pamphlets in the last shipment from Europe, voices from far-off cities beginning to question what had long been taken as given. The tavern keeper listened, feeling the small, fragile network of people who were, each in their own constrained way, beginning to see their world differently. Perhaps his house, he thought, was not a place where the Empire's sins could be washed away. Perhaps it was only a place where they could no longer hide completely. Even that in such a time was not nothing. Outside, the night pressed close, warm and heavy, humming with insects. The fort's silhouette loomed against a sky scattered with stars. From its courtyard came the faint clank of chains, the murmur of guards. Out on the dark water, the anchored ship rocked gently, lantern lights swaying, its hull holding lives whose paths would soon be dragged across an ocean. Far away to the north, beyond this coast, beyond the islands where sugar grew, beyond even the ice of Greenland, there waited other shores where the Danish flag still flew, narrow peninsulas and low islands, and a stretch of borderland where, in another century, guns would thunder over fields and villages. In one such place, near a ridge called Dybbøl, a tavern would someday stand, within earshot of artillery, pouring drinks for men who spoke of trenches instead of trade, and of battles for land instead of battles for human souls. You are now listening to part 13 of this quiet journey through the taverns of the Danish Empire, and tonight we will walk slowly into a borderland tavern near Dybbøl, in the years when guns thundered across fields and the Empire's old frontiers trembled, into a house that stood within earshot of artillery, serving men who measured their days in trenches and muddy roads. The land around Dybbøl did not look dramatic at first glance. It was a landscape of gentle slopes and fields, a few low ridges, farmhouses sitting close to the earth as if listening, and a wind that carried the smell of damp soil and distant sea. But in the mid-19th century, these soft contours became lines on maps, and those lines hardened into arguments about where Denmark ended and other powers began. Earthworks rose on the ridges, trenches, redoubts, gun positions, cut into the same soil that had once borne only ploughs and grazing cattle. Roads filled with wagons, troops, and refugees, their wheels carving new scars into the ground. Not far from one of those roads, tucked into a shallow fold of land half hidden by trees, stood a tavern whose whitewashed walls had known quieter years. It was an old coaching inn, once simply a stopping place for farmers and traders travelling between towns. Its sign a painted sailing boat, an odd emblem this far from the sea, chosen long ago by an innkeeper who had loved ships from afar. As the years darkened, people began to call it the Dybbøl Boathouse, a name that sounded almost whimsical until one remembered that its painted vessel now sailed not through peaceful waters, but through the smoke of distant guns. Inside, the air held the smells of coffee, beer, wet wool, and the iron tang of mud dried on boots that had marched too far. The woman who ran the boathouse had not sought out the role of wartime innkeeper. In her youth, when her father still presided over the house and the road outside was more likely to bear hay carts than supply columns, she had imagined a life measured in market days, harvest feasts, and perhaps the occasional journey to a larger town. She was fond of stories of the sea, of Copenhagen and its harbours, of the old days when the Danish realm stretched farther, but those were tales that came on travellers' tongues, not ambitions she planned to chase. When her father died and the tavern passed to her, she accepted it as one accepts the weather, part of the shape of her life. Deep inside, she cherished a simple wish, that a house would be a place where people came in from the road with tired faces and left with their shoulders a little less tight, their bellies warmed, their worries shared across a table. She did not ask to stand on the edge of a battlefield, yet history has a way of redrawing the map beneath quiet desires. When the border disputes sharpened, When soldiers began to appear more frequently on the road, when rumours turned to mobilisation orders, the boathouse found itself drawn into a story far larger than any she had imagined. Within her, a struggle unfolded that was not easily spoken aloud. She could see, with her own eyes, the strain in the faces of the men who came to her tables, young conscripts blinking rain out of their lashes, older reservists whose hands shook slightly when they lifted their cups, officers trying to keep their expressions smooth as they unfolded orders and marked positions on maps. She wanted to care for them simply as human beings, to offer bread to a boy who looked too thin, to refill a mug for someone whose eyes were still full of last night's bombardment. But she also knew that every warm meal she served, every relatively dry corner she offered for a few hours' sleep, helped sustain the machinery of war that had turned her home into a passageway for grief. When she heard distant cannon fire roll across the fields like slow thunder, she could not help but think of families on the other side, in villages whose names she barely knew, whose sons had also marched. Her heart was pulled between clear loyalties. This was her country, these were her people, and a quieter, more troubled awareness that shells did not ask which uniform a body wore before they tore it. Outside, the forces that had brought war to Dybbøl moved with a cold, bureaucratic logic that seemed almost inhuman when set against the warmth of the tavern's hearth. Diplomats had argued over duchies and language rights, over which crown had claim to which province, over the precise legacy of old unions and treaties. Maps had been drawn and redrawn in capital cities, lines penciled and inked, erased and redrawn again, while in the countryside people continued to sow and reap as they had always done. When the arguments finally broke into open conflict, it was not the negotiators who slept in the mud of the trenches on the Dybbøl heights, nor the ministers who loaded artillery, nor the princes who trudged past the boathouse with blisters on their feet. The tavern could not stop envoys from failing or governments from misjudging their strength. It could only feel the wind change, the road growing busier, then sometimes eerily empty, the distant towns sending more wagons filled with wounded and fewer with goods. News from Copenhagen arrived folded in newspapers or carried in hoarse voices, defeats, debates, defiant speeches, calls for endurance. Inside the boathouse's small world trembled in sync with decisions made far away. Yet even under that pressure, it was not without its allies. The innkeeper was not alone. Her younger brother, unfit for active service due to an injury from childhood, worked silently at her side, mindful of all he might have been asked to do if his leg had been whole. He threw himself into chopping wood, hauling water, repairing loose shutters, and carrying trays with a care that bordered on reverence. An aging doctor, once a town physician, now moved between the tavern and improvised aid stations, using the boathouse as his brief refuge. In exchange for a corner near the fire and a bowl of stew, he dressed minor wounds in the back room and listened to men who were not yet injured enough to be sent to the rear, but whose spirits were fraying. A farmer from a nearby field, whose land lay dangerously close to certain gun positions, brought vegetables and milk when he could. He said little, but his presence, steady and earth-centered, reminded everyone that life beyond the trenches still existed. Together, this small circle formed a quiet resistance against the way war tries to turn everything into numbers, regiments, casualties, positions gained and lost. In the boathouse, people remained, stubbornly particular. One damp spring evening, the tavern's fragile purpose was tested more than ever before. The bombardment had been heavy that day. Smoke had drifted over the ridges, and the air carried the faint, bitter smell of burned powder even when the guns fell silent. Toward dusk, the road outside the tavern filled with a grim procession, carts carrying the wounded, men walking with bandaged heads, others supporting comrades whose legs refused to carry them farther. The doctor had come ahead face drawn to warn the innkeeper the main field station was overflowing. Space would be needed anywhere it could be found. Within an hour, the boathouse's tables had been pushed aside, benches turned into makeshift cots, straw spread on the floor. Some who entered were from regiments she knew well. Others wore uniforms that had been recently sent forward. Mud dripped from boots, red seeped through bandages. The distant guns muttered now and then, like a storm far out to sea. But the real weather was inside. The rising tide of pain, exhaustion, and barely contained fear. In the swirl of that night, the innkeeper had little time for thought. She moved like a tide herself, carrying water, fetching blankets, lighting extra lamps until the room glowed with a steady, almost tender light. Her brother helped the doctor lift men into more comfortable positions. The farmer arrived with more straw and did not leave, his big hands unexpectedly gentle as he adjusted rolled coats beneath someone's head. There were, of course, moments when tempers flared, an officer shouting for more attention to his men, a soldier crying out in delirious anger, a young lad protesting, being moved away from a wounded friend. At one point, two men, lying on adjacent pallets, recognized each other's dialect, not as Danish, but as that of the other side. For a brief, tense moment, all eyes turned toward them, expecting hostility. Instead, the more badly wounded of the two, struggling for breath, muttered a single word, "Mother," in a voice that was more exhale than sound. The other, equally pale, stared at him, and then slowly reached out a hand as far as his strength allowed, letting it rest on the edge of the straw between them. The gesture, small and exhausted, rippled outward through the room. Conversations dropped to murmurs. The innkeeper felt something inside her unclench. Whatever flags flew above the ridges, under this low roof, the fact of being someone's child briefly overshadowed everything else. The climax of that long night was not marked by a clock, but by a moment when the tavern seemed to exist outside of time. The lamps had burned low, the doctor's hands shook with fatigue, the innkeeper's apron was stained, her shoulders trembling from hours of lifting. Outside, a damp fog had begun to roll in, muffling what little sound remained from the lines. Inside, men slept where they fell. Others stared at the beams overhead, lips moving silently. The innkeeper paused near the hearth at last, her back to the warm bricks, and looked over the transformed room. The tables pushed against walls, the benches crowded with sleeping shapes, the floor a patchwork of blankets and coats. It no longer resembled a place of commerce. There was no clink of coin, no cheerful bargaining, no traveller's gossip. And yet she realised the house was closest now to the purpose she had always carried quietly in her heart. It was a shelter, nothing less and nothing more, holding fragile lives against a darkness that had nothing to do with the setting of the sun. When dawn came, grey and hesitant, the tavern did not immediately resume its old patterns. Some of the wounded were moved on, carried to larger hospitals farther from the front. Others, whose injuries were less severe, sat up slowly, blinking at the pale light creeping in around the shutters. The doctor left to write his reports, his shoulders stooped, but his eyes still kind. The farmer went back to his fields, where shell fragments lay embedded in furrows that had once known only plough and seed. The innkeeper and her brother began the slow work of cleaning, washing cloths, scrubbing floors, righting tables, setting mugs back in their places. The distant guns had begun to speak again, but more faintly. Word drifted in that lines were shifting, decisions being made in headquarters that might soon pull the war closer or push it away. The boathouse would follow whatever came next, as it always had. Busier during retreats, quiet after defeats, full of new faces whenever fresh units arrived. The innkeeper knew that her power was limited. She could not decide where borders would fall or which treaties would be signed, but she knew with a calm that came from sheer exhaustion that as long as the walls of her house stood and the road outside still carried footsteps, she would keep offering this small square of light. Years later, when the cannons had fallen silent and lines had been redrawn in ways that left their own scars, travellers would still stop at the Dybbøl boathouse. Veterans would sit beneath the painted sign of the little ship and trace with their fingers the paths they had once marched, telling stories that softened the edges of their memories while keeping a certain truth alive. Younger men and women, who had only heard of the battles as historical events, would listen, their faces lit by the same lamps that had shone on bandaged heads and muddy boots. And sometimes, in the long pauses between tales, the innkeeper, now older, her hair threaded with grey, would glance toward the road that led northward, toward the towns and cities where decisions about war and peace were still being made. Far away, in Copenhagen, there was a tavern frequented by merchants, officials, and men who spoke of fleets and finances, of losses overseas and the need to rebuild. In that distant room, under higher ceilings and brighter chandeliers, choices would be discussed that would set the course of the kingdom after its borderland defeats. Between the Dybbøl boathouse and that city tavern ran a quiet thread of fate, and somewhere in the soft clink of glasses and the rustle of ledgers, the story of the Empire's taverns would continue to unfold. You are now listening to part 14 of this quiet journey through the taverns of the Danish Empire, and tonight we will return to Copenhagen, into a house of polished tables and low conversation near the old stock exchange where ship owners, merchants and officials gathered to talk about what remained of a sea-born empire and what might rise in its place. The harbour city had changed since the days when royal banners flew over faraway forts and islands. Ships still came and went. Masts still stitched slender lines against the sky, but the mood along the quays was different, less triumphant, more measured. Warehouses that had once held goods from distant colonies now stood beside new buildings devoted to insurance, banking and trade in things that never saw a ship's hold at all. Contracts, bonds, the futures of companies that existed mostly as ink. Not far from the old Børsen, with its famous spiral spire twisting up like a frozen wave, lay a narrower street of offices and counting houses. Midway down that street, squeezed between a moneylender's firm and a shipping agency, stood a tavern with a dignified, slightly worn sign, a long wooden table etched with a map of seas, scattered with coins and quills instead of cups. People called it the merchant's table. Its windows were tall and somewhat grimy, their glass showing faint reflections of the canal outside. Inside, the light was softer than in the days of roaring sailor taverns, lamps shaded to spare tired eyes, candles set in brass fittings polished more out of habit than pride. The air smelled of coffee, beer, pipe smoke, wet cloaks in winter, and the faint, metallic tang of ink and coin carried on men's clothing from the offices they had just left. The man who ran the merchant's table had grown up within earshot of harbour bells, ringing shifts for dock workers and markets. As a boy, he had watched his father, a modest clerk in a shipping firm, leave each morning with a ledger under his arm and come home at dusk with a face lined by columns of numbers. The child lay in bed at night, listening to talk of freight rates, charter parties, and insurance premiums, catching, too, the older stories of years when Danish ships had flown their flag in the Caribbean, on Indian coasts, off the shores of Greenland and Africa. In his youth, he had dreamed not of battle or distant forts, but of being part of that intricate web of trade, of helping his small country remain a seafaring one, even as larger powers grew around it. For a time, he followed the expected path, studying, apprenticing, learning to add and subtract, not just money, but risk. Then, after his father's death and a downturn in the firm that employed him, an opportunity appeared that was not in any of his carefully laid plans, a tavern, insolvent and nearly empty, up for sale near the Börsen. He bought it with inheritance and borrowed coin, imagining it as a different kind of counting house, a place where decisions that shaped ships' destinies might be sketched not only on paper, but in the half-spoken agreements over mugs of beer and cups of coffee. Deep inside, he hoped that if he created a room where conversation ran more freely than in boardrooms, his city might learn to look forward, not only back over its shoulder at lost territories and old glories. Still, his heart harboured knots of unease that no ledger could tidy away. On some evenings, when the tavern was quiet and the lamps hummed softly, he would stand behind his polish counter, polishing a glass that was already clean, and listen to the day's echoes. He heard the careful optimism of men who spoke of new routes, modern steamships, and the advantages of focusing on commerce without the burdens of governing faraway possessions. He also heard, under those words, a thread of grief and resentment, references to battles lost, provinces relinquished, fleets diminished. At one table, a shipowner might speak proudly of adapting, of buying into new technologies. At another, an older captain might grumble that the country had been cut down, that its days as a true sea power were over. The tavern keeper wanted his house to be a place where such feelings could be aired without curdling into bitterness, where people might slowly accept that a small kingdom could still have a future without leaning on faded imperial dreams. But he worried too that by making this room comfortable, by serving good food and carefully poured drinks, he might be helping some to forget the real costs of the past, the lives stretched along the routes that had enriched their ledgers, and the living hardships of those still struggling in dockyards and small ports, while the talk in the merchant's table turned to abstract strategies. Beyond his door, forces bigger than any one tavern shaped Copenhagen's prospects. Railways crept across Europe, linking inland cities that once depended heavily on sea routes. Steamships, noisy and insistent, began to compete with traditional sailing vessels, changing not only travel times but the nature of investment itself. The Suez Canal opened new possibilities, shifting the geography of trade in ways that made some routes faster and others less necessary. Germany's rise transformed the political landscape to Denmark's south. British power still loomed over oceans. Other Scandinavian neighbours recalibrated their own positions in this new world. Tariffs, treaties, and economic crises pulsed outward from distant capitals, reaching even the quiet canals around the Börsen as changes in exchange rates and insurance premiums. In the hesitant way, a merchant might pause before signing a new contract. The merchant's table could not alter these macro currents. It could only absorb their resonance, filling up on days when rumours of new opportunities lifted spirits, thinning out when talk turned to losses and belt-tightening. Yet under its beams, a subtle alliance of temperaments gave the tavern a character that did not fully match the sterner, more calculating mood of the nearby counting houses. The keeper's wife, who came from a family of small shopkeepers rather than shipping men, had an instinct for watching faces rather than ledgers. She could tell, by the set of a jaw or the way hands gripped a cup, when someone needed to be drawn into conversation and when he needed to be left to silent thought. A young waitress, once a maid in a wealthy household, had an ear for stories and gossip, not to spread them cruelly, but to understand how decisions made in tall houses rippled outward to those who never saw the inside of an office. An older retired captain held a semi-permanent position at the back near the window. He claimed the light was better there for reading newspapers, but in truth he served as a kind of informal conscience, occasionally puncturing grandiose speculation with the quiet, "And have you asked the crew what they think?" Together, this small company formed the tavern's quiet counterweight to pure profit-minded thinking. One autumn evening, the room's purpose was tested by a convergence of mood and circumstance. Earlier that day, news had arrived confirming what many had feared. Another financial shock abroad had rippled into Danish markets. A bank connected to foreign investments had faltered. Credit tightened. Shares in certain shipping ventures dropped. The newspapers, damp from the mist when they were brought in, lay on tables like small grey storms. Men came in with furrowed brows, talking fast and low about lost sums, about ships that might have to be sold, about sailors and dock workers who would bear the brunt of cancelled contracts. At the same time, a group of younger merchants, men who had grown up after the worst territorial losses and whose imagination was not tied to maps of empire, had begun advocating for a different course: investment in domestic industry, in education, in the quiet infrastructure that could make a small country resilient. They too came to the merchants' table that night, carrying not just worry but ideas that sounded almost disrespectful to some older ears. The air was thick with coffee steam and tension, with the scratch of matches and the rustle of newspaper pages being folded and refolded. The evening reached its delicate turning point when one of the elder ship owners, his hair white and his cane resting against his chair, slammed his palm, gently but with intent, on the polished tabletop. "We are watching the last lights of Denmark as a sea power go out," he said, voice roughened by age and smoke. "Once our flag flew from islands and forts. Now we talk of retrenchment and prudence as if smallness were a virtue." His words, though not shouted, carried through the room. At a nearby table, one of the younger men, a partner in a firm experimenting with steamships and telegraph-linked logistics, flushed. The innkeeper saw his jaw tighten, the retort gathering. He knew that if the younger merchant spoke from pure frustration, the evening might slide into a brittle argument between generations, each retreating into its own version of the past and future. Before the younger man could burst, the retired captain at the back straightened in his chair. "In my first years at sea," the captain said, his voice calm and sanded smooth by many winds, "I sailed to islands where our flag flew. I saw forts, and I saw men behind their guns. I also saw storms that did not care what banner we hoisted, and reefs that snapped our masts without asking whose charts we carried. Empire feels big when you trace it on a map. Out there," he jerked his chin toward the dark canal, and beyond it, the open water. "It is the size of your hull, the skill of your crew, and the choices you make with the weather you were given." He let that settle a moment, then added, "We have lost land. Yes, we have lost illusions too. But the sea still passes our door. Perhaps the question is not how wide we once were, but how well we sail with the width we have." Silence followed, but it was a different silence than the brittle one that had preceded his words. The younger merchant exhaled. The older shipowner's hand relaxed, his cane no longer trembling against the chair. The tavern keeper's wife moved among the tables, quietly topping up cups, as if cementing this brief truce with hot coffee and fresh beer. Encouraged, the younger man spoke, but now his tone was measured rather than defensive. He talked about investing in better harbours, in shipbuilding that favoured quality over sheer volume, in educating navigators and engineers who could make Danish enterprises valued partners even when others controlled larger territories. The older men listened more than they might have an hour earlier. Some asked pointed questions, but not with the dismissive edge they had previously carried. As the night wore on, the conversation widened. Someone mentioned the fishing communities in far-off Iceland and along Jutland's coasts, places the merchant's table had never seen, but upon whose catches many livelihoods depended. Another spoke of trade with nearby nations, of the possibility of turning from visions of empire to a quieter web of cooperation. The retired captain between sips told a story of a storm in which a large, proud vessel had fared worse than a smaller, humbler one, simply because the latter had been better maintained and better crewed. The tale drew weary smiles. Metaphors hang easily in the air of taverns. The innkeeper said little, but he saw something shifting in the set of shoulders around his room. There was still grief there, and resentment, and fear, but also now a willingness to consider that survival might lie not in clinging to the ghosts of the Danish Empire, but in tending carefully to the living Denmark that remained. When at last the lamps were turned low, and the last guests shrugged on their coats and stepped out into the cool night, the merchant's table stood quiet again. The tavern keeper and his wife moved through the room, straightening chairs, gathering newspapers, wiping away rings of spilled drink. Outside, the canal reflected a city that was smaller on the world stage than it had once dreamed of being, but still very much alive. The keeper paused at the window, looking at that reflection, and felt no sudden certainty, only a deep, tempered resolve. His house would continue to be a place where plans were made and worries spoken, where the country's sense of itself might slowly adjust to fit its true outline. Far beyond Copenhagen, the tavern lights in other Danish corners still glowed, in Baltic ports where fog rolled in thick over quiet docks, in old Hansa-linked towns where German and Danish traders once haggled under dark beams, in ancient cathedral cities where bells marked time more steadily than any boom of cannon. As the keeper snuffed the final candle, he might have imagined, had he let his thoughts drift far enough, a tavern in such a town, Roskilde perhaps, where the sound of old church bells drifted through the windows, and where ordinary townsfolk gathered to talk not of empires at all, but of how past centuries still echoed softly under their everyday lives. You are now listening to part 15 of this quiet journey through the taverns of the Danish Empire, and tonight we will sit beneath old church bells in Roskilde, inside a tavern where everyday cups and ancient echoes share the same low ceiling, and where past centuries are never entirely gone from the room. Roskilde had held importance long before anyone spoke of a Danish empire. The great cathedral, with its red brick walls and tall spires, rose over the town like a memory made solid, its vaults holding the tombs of kings and queens who had once steered ships and armies across northern seas. Around it, streets wound gently down toward humbler houses, cobbled lanes lined with timbered facades, small gardens, wells, and workshops where the rhythm of life was measured, not in cannon salutes or shipping registers, but in market days and feast days, in baptisms and burials. When the cathedral bells rang, their sound washed over roof tiles and chimneys, over schoolyards and stables and laundry lines, reminding everyone in earshot that they were, for a moment, gathered under the same invisible dome of sound. Not far from the foot of the hill, at the edge of a small square where a market had once stood, there was a tavern with whitewashed walls and dark wooden beams. Its sign bore a simple image, a bell and a mug side by side. People called it the Bell House. By day it looked almost shy, its windows modest, its doorways shaded, but in the evenings light spilled from within, and those who stepped through its door carried into the room not just the mud of the streets, but also the faint reverberation of the last peal from the cathedral above. The woman who kept the Bell House had grown up in the shadow of those spires. As a child, she had traced the outlines of royal effigies with her eyes during long sermons, imagining the cold stone figures rising at night to walk the aisles and whisper advice to one another about kingdoms long vanished. Later, she had stood in the crowd when important funerals or celebrations were held, feeling how the town swelled for a day with visitors in fine clothes, only to shrink again afterward into the quieter routines of shoemakers, bakers, and school children. Her parents had run a small alehouse for locals. She had watched them serve tradesmen and choristers, grave diggers and minor officials, all of them shaking off the solemnity of the cathedral in the warmth of mugs and simple food. When the house became hers, after her parents passed, she chose to rename it the Bell House, not to compete with the cathedral's grandeur, but to acknowledge it in her own way. Secretly, she wanted her tavern to be a place where the long story of the town, its kings and farmers, its priests and fishermen, its memories of wars and quiet winters, could settle into words that ordinary mouths could handle, one sip and one sentence at a time. She hoped, without quite daring to frame it so, that her rooms might become a gentle bridge between the lofty echoes of history and the small, beating hearts that still lived beneath them. Yet inside her chest, a different bell sometimes rang, one whose tone was doubt. On slow afternoons, when only a handful of locals sat at the tables and the light through the windows turned dust into small drifting galaxies, she would look around and wonder if she was trivializing something sacred. Was it right that men joked and gossiped about royal burials and old battles over ale, that they spoke of kings as if they were neighbours, that they turned solemn events into stories decorated with laughter and exaggeration? Was she, by fostering an easy familiarity with the past, helping her town to live comfortably with its history? Or was she smoothing over difficult truths, turning loss and failure into quaint anecdotes? At other times, when visitors from Copenhagen came by train to see the cathedral and then drifted into her tavern afterward, speaking of Roskilde as a curiosity or a pretty relic, she felt another sting. Was her town becoming nothing more than a backdrop for others' nostalgia, its living present reduced to a kind of living museum? The chime of coins on her counters did not always answer these questions. Beyond her door, currents of change moved quietly but steadily. The age of empire had left its marks even here, though no flags from distant colonies had ever flown above the Bell House. Ships that once carried Danish colours to Greenland, to the West Indies, to Indian shores, had returned or not returned. Their stories filtered into the town in the form of pensioned sailors, memorial plaques, and sermons that mentioned faraway lands only in passing. Railways had altered the map, making Copenhagen the stronger magnet, drawing trade and ambition toward the capital. Roskilde remained important, but more for its past than for its influence on the present. School children came on excursions to learn about royal burials. Scholars visited to study architectural details. Tourists bought postcards of spires and vaults. Laws and debates about the nation's future took place elsewhere, in parliamentary chambers and city clubs. The Bell House could not bring back lost provinces or ships, nor could it redirect the flow of investment and attention. It could only feel the effects. More visitors some years, fewer others. Conversations that turned more frequently to how things used to be than to plans for what might come next. Still, the tavern did not face these questions alone. Its regulars formed a small chorus of perspectives that kept any one note from dominating. There was the old bell ringer from the cathedral, his hands stiff but still knowledgeable about ropes and sequences, who came each evening for a single mug and a quiet seat. He spoke rarely, but when he did, his words carried the weight of someone who had felt the pulse of the town through vibrations in stone and wood. A young student from the new school, his hair always a bit dishevelled and his pockets full of dog-eared books, used the Bell House as his unofficial study hall, spreading papers on a corner table and occasionally launching into eager explanations of some newly discovered fact about medieval kings or the Reformation. A widow who took in laundry for visiting clergy sat near the hearth, mending clothes or knitting, listening more than she spoke, her memory a living archive of small details about who had come and gone in the last decades. Even a modest archivist from Copenhagen, who made regular trips to examine cathedral documents, claimed a stool by the window. He brought with him whispers of debates in the capital about identity, about what kind of nation Denmark should be, now that its dreams of being a great power had been pared down by war and circumstance. Together, these souls turned the tavern into something like an unofficial annex of both church and archive, but with softer chairs and better beer. One evening, the Bell House's quiet purpose was brought into sharp relief. It was late autumn. A fine drizzle hung in the air, turning cobblestone slick and deepening the colours of brick and timber. Earlier in the day, a commemorative service had been held in the cathedral for sailors lost long ago in one of the Empire's final costly ventures. A distant battle that few living people remembered directly, but whose echoes still lingered in certain families' stories. The service had drawn a mix of people, descendants of those sailors, navy officers in neat uniforms, government representatives, local townsfolk curious or simply respectful. The bells had pealed solemnly, incense had drifted, words had been spoken about sacrifice and destiny, about Denmark's vocation as a seafaring nation. Afterward, pockets of attendees drifted down the hill, some turning toward the station, others toward the Bell House's welcoming glow. Soon the tavern was fuller than usual, its benches holding an uneasy mixture. Older men with medals pinned to their coats, young officers with polished boots, townspeople in modest Sunday best, a few students, and the archivist lingering near the back. Conversation started politely enough, comments on the service, on the music, on the weather. But beneath the surface, different currents tugged. At one table, an elderly man, whose father had died on that long-ago ship, spoke with trembling pride about the honour of such sacrifice. At another, a younger relative of another lost sailor muttered that fine words and plaques did little to help families who had once been left with nothing but grief and reduced incomes. A navy officer, trying to be amiable, remarked that every nation that aims high must expect losses, a phrase that, though meant abstractly, struck a nerve in someone whose family had known nothing but those losses. The student, emboldened by his readings, said something quietly about miscalculations and overreaching, and the word failure slipped into the air like a drop dish. The room tightened, Eyes turned to him. The old bell ringer shifted in his seat. The archivist lowered his gaze to his cup. The innkeeper felt the temperature change, not in the air, but in the mood, as reverence and resentment brushed too close together. It was the widow by the hearth who spoke first, her voice neither loud nor meek. "My brother," she said slowly, "was on a ship that never came back, not the one they spoke of today. Another, in another year, but still. For a long time I could not bear to hear bells at all. They sounded like doors closing. Now, sometimes, they sound like someone remembering to say a name." She let that sit for a moment, then looked at the student. Perhaps it was a bad decision. Perhaps men in fine coats chose poorly, and others paid. You are not wrong to read these things, but when you speak of failure, her eyes flicked briefly toward the medal-wearing man, do not forget that some part of what failed is how we cared for the ones left behind. Her words did not condemn. They simply added a layer. The officer, to his credit, nodded slowly as if accepting a rebuke that was not entirely new to him. The student flushed, realizing that his clever phrasing had brushed against wounds still tender. The innkeeper, sensing the room's fragile openness, asked the archivist, in a gentle tone, whether any records spoke of how those families had been supported after the loss. He cleared his throat, admitted that the pensions had often been small, delayed, tangled in bureaucracy. The older man with the medal spoke of his grandmother's stubborn pride, of her refusal to beg, of the quiet economies she had managed to keep her children fed. The officer, now listening more than defending, described recent efforts to improve conditions for sailors' families, small reforms that tried to avoid repeating old neglects. The student, chastened but still curious, asked questions about how decisions were made then, what people in power had known, what they could not have foreseen. Across the room, the bell ringer merely remarked, "The bells don't know the difference. They ring the same for kings and for fishermen. It is people who must learn to listen differently." And his comment, simple and almost offhand, settled over the tables like a thin, clarifying mist. By the time the evening wore itself out, the initial sharp edges of the conversation had rounded. No one had won the argument. No single narrative about the past had triumphed, but something had been practiced, a way of speaking about loss and error and honour without flattening any of them. The Bell House had, for a few hours, been exactly what its keeper had wanted it to be. A room where the weight of history did not crush ordinary voices but also was not ignored, where pride and regret could sit side by side at the same table, passing the bread. When the last guest left and the door closed on the damp night, she stood for a moment beneath the darkened sign, hearing, faintly, the echo of the bells that had rung at the service earlier. Their sound had changed as it moved through her house, she thought, not in pitch, but in meaning. Later, as she banked the fire and snuffed the lamps, she let her mind wander beyond Roskilde's roofs. She thought of other taverns we have visited in this long journey, harbour inns and soldier houses, snowy outposts and sugar-scented bars, and of how, in each, people had tried to make sense of a world that kept stretching and shrinking around them. She imagined, for a brief hazy moment, someone far in the future sitting in a modern bar with electric lights and glass and chrome, perhaps with music throbbing softly in the background, holding a drink while a map on the wall showed the old outlines of the Danish Empire in faded colours. That person might not hear cathedral bells, but they would still be surrounded by echoes of ships, of forts, of voices in low rooms. And somewhere in that dim, contemporary space, a new kind of tavern story would be beginning. A story about how we remember all these other places, all these other nights, when we gather now under lights of a very different kind. You are now listening to part 16 of this quiet journey through the taverns of the Danish Empire, and tonight we will slip into our own time, into a modern bar with warm electric light and a faded map of old Danish seas on the wall, where people sit with phones and glasses and yet, without quite knowing it, keep company with all the taverns that came before. The bar stood on a corner not far from the water, though the old harbour had changed its shape. Where once there had been ranks of masts and the creak of wooden hulls, there were now apartment buildings of glass and brick, offices with large windows, a promenade where bicycles whispered past, and joggers moved in steady rhythm. Still, if you walked down a certain side street in Copenhagen on an autumn evening and watched closely, you could see a sign swinging above a door, painted with a simple design. A circle of tiny taverns, sketched around a stylized compass rose. Waves curling beneath them in a calm, almost playful line. Beneath it, in modest letters, the name Imperial Nights. Some took it as a joke, some as a nostalgic nod. A few stepped closer, peering at the smaller print on the menu posted beside the door. Inside they found no heavy beams blackened by whale oil smoke, no turf roof or fort wall, only soft lamps, wooden tables smooth from sanding rather than centuries, and a long bar whose counter reflected bottles in gentle gleam rather than candle flame. Yet the air carried a familiar mixture, the smell of beer and coffee, of wool coats damp from the mist, of spices from small dishes meant to be shared. On the far wall hung the map, Denmark at the centre, with lines stretching out toward the West Indies, toward India, toward Greenland and Iceland, toward the old fort on the African coast. The colours were muted and a little faded, as if the whole thing had been left in the sun too long. Above it, someone had placed a small plaque with a phrase in Danish that translated roughly to "Places we once went, stories we still carry." Behind the bar worked a man who had never seen a cannon fired, nor a sail raised in earnest, nor a ledger written by a quill, scratching on handmade paper. His tools were different. A touchscreen for the till, a row of coffee grinders, shelves of glassware, a playlist curated to keep the room humming without ever becoming too loud. Yet, in his own way, he stood in a tradition older than electricity. As a child, he had listened to his grandfather talk of ships, fishing vessels in North Atlantic storms, merchantmen in calmer waters, the slow shift from sail to dazzle. He had learned later in school and in his own reading about the darker lines on those maps. Forts that had held people in chains, plantations that had turned human lives into sugar and profit, missions and treaties that had carried both faith and force. For a while he had tried to become something else entirely, a student of economics, then a would-be journalist. But the pull of rooms where people gathered to talk and rest was strong, passed down from a grandmother who had once run a tiny cafe near a railway station and had known the art of refilling cups at just the right moment. When a small, failing bar near the harbour came up for lease, he took a risk, gathered his savings, and reshaped it. He chose the name almost with a wince, aware of its weight, Imperial Nights. In his heart, he wanted this place to be a quiet laboratory where his city could test how to live with its past, not by glorifying it, not by denying it, but by letting people sit beneath that faded map and see what surfaced in them as they drank. Still, his purposes did not always rest easily in him. On busy evenings, when the bar filled with laughter and the clink of ice and glasses, he would glance at the map and feel a small, complicated twist in his chest. Was this just another way of turning history into decoration? Like an old ship's wheel hung on a restaurant wall, or a framed photograph of a distant island sold as atmosphere? When tourists asked to take selfies in front of the map, smiling broadly, he sometimes caught himself wondering how many of them knew what had happened in those faraway dots and lines, how many saw only romance where there had been hunger and fear. On the other hand, when he considered simply taking the map down and renaming the bar something neutral, something that would not invite such questions, he felt another unease. Would that be honesty, or would it be a quieter kind of forgetting, smoothing over rough places with minimalism and soft lighting? His desire to create a welcoming room wrestled with the awareness that true welcome also meant making space for discomfort, for the kind of conversations that might momentarily sour the mood but deepen it in the long run. More than once, after closing, he stood alone under the dimmed lamps, looking from the map to the tables and back again, feeling like a keeper of a story he was still learning how to tell. Outside his door, the world moved in patterns that would have been incomprehensible to the merchants and captains of earlier centuries. Cargo ships were tracked by satellite and software. Flights crossed oceans in hours that used to take weeks. Information, news, rumours, opinions flashed across screens in pockets, shaping moods and ideas faster than any pamphlet or sermon ever could. Debates about colonialism, about historical responsibility, about how nations should remember their pasts, played out not only in parliaments and universities, but on social media feeds, where outrage and reflection mixed uneasily. Climate change altered the very seas that old Danish ships had once sailed, shrinking ice around Greenland and stirring storms in the North Atlantic in new patterns. Migration brought people from many of the empire's former peripheries into the city's neighbourhoods, families from islands once touched by Danish rule, students from countries that had never seen the Dannebrog but knew well other European flags. In such a world, the Danish Empire was long gone, but its traces remained, woven into language, into architecture, into family stories and museum exhibits. The bar called Imperial Nights could not direct these currents. It existed within them, sometimes buoyed, sometimes nearly swamped, its business rising with tourist seasons and falling with economic dips, its conversations reflecting, in miniature, the wider murmurs outside. He did not steer this alone. The bar's staff formed a small, shifting crew, each bringing their own piece of the old map into the room. A bartender whose grandmother had been born in the Caribbean, on an island once ruled by Danes, and later sold to another power, poured drinks with practiced grace. For her, the map on the wall was not an abstract design, but a quiet reminder of how far certain decisions had travelled through her family. A student working part-time, whose parents had come from South Asia and who studied history at the university, often lingered after his shifts to talk with the owner about articles and books he was reading, about tranquillibus, about missions, about trade and caste, and how stories were told. A musician who played small sets there once a week had grown up in Greenland. His songs carried images of ice and long winter nights, of fishing villages and boarding schools, of feeling both inside and outside the country, whose capital now paid him in crumpled notes from the till. Together, they gave the bar a hum that went beyond music and conversation. If you sat long enough, you could feel it in the small exchanges, in the way someone glanced up at the map when a particular topic surfaced, in the way a joke about the old days might suddenly turn into a thoughtful silence. One night, the room's delicate balance shifted into a clearer, more focused shape. It was a weekday, cool, with a fine drizzle, outside, that made the reflections on the pavement shimmer, and the bar was comfortably full, not noisy. At one table sat a group of older Copenhageners, friends who had known each other since school. They met here twice a month to talk about everything and nothing, their conversations braided with memories of military service, first loves, football matches, and elections watched on television. At another table, closer to the map, sat a small group of younger people, students, some Danish-born, some with roots in places shown on the wall. They were discussing a university course on colonial history, their words sometimes sharp, sometimes more hesitant, as they tried to fit what they were reading into the city they walked through each day. Two tourists from a northern German town sat at the bar, flipping through a guidebook, occasionally looking up at the map with mild curiosity. The owner could feel, as he polished glasses and poured, how the different conversations formed layers in the room, like currents in a harbour, some warm, some cool, most unaware of one another. The moment of convergence came almost by accident. One of the older men, tipsy but not unkind, raised his glass toward the map and said, with a note of melancholy pride, "We were something once, eh? A real empire." He did not mean to boast. It was more a sigh, an exhalation of a story he had grown up hearing. But the words carried. At the table nearby, one of the students, a young woman whose family came from a Caribbean island once under the Danish flag, felt a familiar tightening in her chest. She had heard phrases like that before, on television, in casual talk, in offhand jokes. This time, in this room, under this map, the impulse to let it slide met the impulse to respond, and did not win. She turned slightly, catching the man's eye, and said gently but clearly, "And some of us are still living inside that something. Even if the flag changed, the history didn't sail away." Her tone was not sharp, but it was steady, her words landing in the space between tables like a small stone on very still water. The older man blinked, his hand lowering a fraction. For a heartbeat, the bar held its breath. Even the music seemed to recede. The owner felt his muscles tense, the familiar worry flickering. Would this become an argument, a night that ended with hurt and slammed doors? Before defensiveness could rise, the Greenlandic musician, who happened to be at the bar tuning his instrument between sets, spoke into the quiet. "I grew up under a flag that was both mine and not mine," he said, addressing no one and everyone. Sometimes people spoke of empire like it was a story that had ended, but when I came here, I realized it's more like a tide. It goes out, yes, but it leaves things behind on both shores. His voice was calm, almost sleepy, the way he spoke when introducing a song. The metaphor hung there, gentle but firm. Something in the mood shifted. The older man looked from the musician to the young woman, then back to the map. "I did not mean," he began, then stopped, searching for a better thread. "When I was a boy," he tried again, "we learned to be proud of the ships. No one talked about the rest. We were told we were small now, and that our glory was behind us. Maybe that made us cling to the parts of the story that felt big." The student nodded slowly. "I understand," she said. "But when you say we were something, remember that for some of us, that something also meant our ancestors were owned, or moved, or told their language was wrong." Her voice faltered, just slightly at the last word, as if it brushed against something personal. The bar owner, seeing that neither side wanted to hurt the other, stepped in, not with a lecture, but with a quiet offer. "You know," he said, gesturing toward the map, "I put that thing up there because I did not want these routes to be just lines in a book. I hoped people would talk under it, not only about what we lost, but about what we did and what we carry. If you'd like, next month we can host one of those history evenings people keep asking me about. You can bring your stories, all of you. We'll make a pot of coffee, keep the lights low and see what comes." The suggestion was half serious when he spoke it, half improvisation. But as soon as the words were out, he felt the room lean toward them, subtly, like a ship adjusting to a change in wind. The older man smiled a little ruefully. "I could bring my school books," he said, "show you what they didn't say." The young woman laughed softly, the tightness in her shoulders loosening. "I'll bring mine," she answered. "They say more, but not everything." The musician nodded, plucking a quiet chord. "I'll bring songs," he added. "Some learn it in Danish, some not." At the back, the student worker raised his hand with a mock solemnity. "And I," he said, "will bring too many footnotes." The whole bar chuckled, the tension dissolving into something more complex but softer. Glasses were lifted, not in the booming toasts of old battle nights or trade deals, but in a modest, shared acknowledgement that the air had changed, and that they were, however briefly, truly listening to one another. Later, after closing, when the chairs were upturned on tables and the music had been silenced, the owner stood alone beneath the map once more. The room smelled of citrus and malt, of coffee grounds and rain brought in on coats, of perfume and wool, all of it settling slowly into the wood. He touched the edge of the frame with his fingertips, feeling the cool glass under his skin. No empire existed anymore under that flag. The forts had become museums or ruins. The plantations bore other names. The old taverns along strange coasts had either vanished or been folded into new streets and skylines. And yet, in this modern bar, on this unremarkable corner, their shadows had sat at the tables tonight, listening, sometimes speaking, sometimes simply being felt as silence between sentences. He did not know exactly what the promised history evening would become, a lecture, a circle of stories, a mess of conflicting memories, but he knew, with a tired, quiet certainty, that his task was not to resolve those contradictions. It was to keep the lights warm, the room gentle, the map visible, and the doors open long enough for people to sit together and try. Outside, the drizzle had become a fine mist, softening the reflections of street lamps on the wet pavement. Somewhere in the city, cathedral bells marked the late hour. Somewhere else, a student bent over a book about the Danish Empire. Somewhere far away, waves rolled in against coasts that no longer knew the old flag, but still carried its traces in languages, in surnames, in recipes and lullabies. And in the quiet glow of Imperial Nights, while the owner locked the door and turned out the last lamp, the faded map on the wall seemed, for just a moment, less like a claim and more like a question, one that would follow us into other rooms, other nights, wherever people gathered with drinks in their hands and tried to remember who they had been and who they might yet choose to become. You are now listening to part 17 of this quiet journey through the taverns of the Danish Empire, and tonight we will return to the modern bar called Imperial Nights on a cool evening when the promised history night finally happens, and people gather under the faded map to test whether stories can really sit together without arguing themselves awake. The idea had started as an offhand suggestion, tossed into the air like a paper napkin, but it refused to fall. Over the following weeks, it moved through the owner's mind while he filled kegs and checked invoices. It surfaced when the Greenlandic musician tuned his guitar, when the student wiped down tables, when the bartender with Caribbean roots counted her tips after a long shift. Eventually, a date was fixed, not advertised with loud posters or social media blasts, but with small, almost shy notices. A line on a chalkboard by the door, a quietly pinned note near the restrooms, a mention slipped into conversation when regulars paid their bills. A quiet evening of stories, it said, about the places on the map. On the chosen night, the weather cooperated in its own subdued way, drizzle turning to mist, streetlights hollowed in the damp air, the city humming at a lower pitch than usual. Inside, the bar's music was turned down softer than on other nights. The lamps were nudged a little dimmer. Chairs were arranged in a loose semicircle facing the wall with the map, though the owner was careful that nothing resembled a stage too much. He did not want a formal lecture. He wanted something closer to what the old taverns had always held, a circle of people listening in the half-light, free to drift a little in their thoughts without needing to clap at the right time. People arrived slowly, like waves after the wind has dropped. Some were familiar. The older man who had once raised his glass to a real empire, his gait slower now but his eyes alert. The young woman from the Caribbean family, carrying under her arm a thin folder of photocopied pages. The musician, with his battered case. The student from South Asia, with a notebook and pen sticking out of his coat pocket. A few of the regulars from the harbour district, curious but non-committal. Others came because they had seen the chalkboard sign and felt a tug they couldn't quite name. A nurse finishing an early shift, a bus driver with a keen interest in history podcasts, a retired teacher who had time to follow footnotes. Behind the bar, the staff moved with a quieter rhythm than usual, refilling glasses but also taking up positions where they could hear. The owner, who had spent the day worrying that no one would come, watched the room fill in a gentle, irregular way. He felt both hope and a tightening in his chest. He wanted this night to matter, but he knew that you cannot force depth. The desire that had started this whole thing, to let people sit together under the old map and feel their way through its stories, was now shared among a small, disparate group of hearts that beat at different speeds. Inside some of them, unease stirred. The older man had been raised on a version of history that presented the Danish Empire as a modest but honourable chapter in a larger Nordic story. While he now knew more of its shadows, he still felt a certain loyalty to the pride of his childhood. He worried quietly that tonight might turn into a tribunal where everything his generation had once been told to cherish was held up only to be condemned. The young woman with Caribbean roots carried her own tension. She had told herself she was coming to listen, not to speak, yet the folder under her arm said otherwise. It held copies of sale records, church registers, and a faded photograph of a tiny graveyard on a hill, overlooking a sea she had never seen in person. Documents she had found in digital archives and family drawers. Each line another stitch, connecting her to people who had once been counted as property. The Greenlandic musician felt a different pull between the wish to talk honestly about colonial wounds and the desire not to be reduced again to speaking only of pain. The student from South Asia had spent months buried in scholarly debates about Tranquebar and missions and trade. Part of him longed to share the complexity he had found, while another part feared that his careful nuance would evaporate in the bar's warm air, leaving only sharp phrases and misunderstandings behind. Even the bartender, drying glasses, felt exposed in a way she could not quite explain. This was her workplace, yes, but tonight it was also becoming a kind of confessional, and she was not sure what she would be asked to confess. Outside the bar's windows, the currents of the city moved as usual, cyclists gliding past in the drizzle, buses sighing at stops, delivery vans reversing into alleys. News alerts flashed on phones in pockets about elections in distant countries, about storms, about markets. Museum exhibitions about colonialism and resistance continued their run a few neighbourhoods away. Social media argued endlessly over statues and street names. All of those external arguments pressed in faintly, like a murmur through the walls. In that wider world, empires were often spoken of in slogans, glorious or shameful, heroic or criminal, to be celebrated or erased. The bar could not silence that outside noise, nor could it pretend it did not exist. But the owner hoped that within these four walls the volume could be turned down enough that smaller, more fragile truths might be heard. Political parties, academic fashions, cultural backlashes, all these were, in a sense, the evening's unseen antagonists, the forces that wanted stories to be flat and useful, rather than textured and uncertain. The people in the room carried those pressures in with them, each in their own way. They did not face those pressures unaided. The owner had quietly prepared a few anchors. On a small side table he had placed a carafe of water, a plate of simple bread, and a little stack of paper coasters with pens. An invitation, if anyone grew too nervous to speak aloud, to write an impression or a question instead. The Greenlandic musician tuned his guitar and quietly agreed with the bartender that he would play short, wordless fragments between some of the stories, giving the room a chance to breathe. The student had brought a photocopy of a letter from a Tamil convert in Tranquebar to a friend, a letter that revealed doubts and hopes far more complex than any textbook summary. The older man had found, in a box in his attic, his school history book from the 1950s, its pages yellowed, its confident assertions now unsettling in their omissions. The bartender had asked her grandmother over the phone for a recipe for a simple spiced drink from the island where she had been born. She brewed it in a small pot behind the bar, letting its scent of cinnamon and citrus and something more elusive drift out into the room. These were humble preparations, but together they formed a kind of scaffolding, ready to hold whatever the evening might lay upon them. When at last the owner cleared his throat and spoke, his voice was quieter than he had expected. He did not deliver a grand preface. He simply said that this map had hung on the wall for years now, watching people laugh and flirt and check messages and forget it was there. That tonight, he thought, they might try turning toward it for a while and see what came of that. He invited anyone who wished to share a small piece of their connection to one of the places on it. He made clear that this was not a courtroom, not a seminar, not a competition over whose story was the most real. Then he stepped back, letting the silence sit. For a heartbeat, no one moved. No. Then, to his surprise, it was the older man who stood first, leaning on his cane, but with a deliberate steadiness. He began with a schoolroom, wooden desks, a map not unlike the one on the bar wall, the teacher's pointer tapping lightly at far-flung dots, while a classroom of boys watched with eyes that had never seen any of those coasts. He read aloud a paragraph from his old textbook, the phrases sounding both familiar and strange, talk of brave colonists, civilizing missions, profitable trade, and modest possessions that reflected our nation's industrious character. Then he stopped, held the thin volume in his hands for a moment, and confessed that, as a boy, he had been proud of this neat picture. Only much later did he learn about the people whose voices were missing from these pages. His voice did not crack, it was simply tired and honest. When he sat down, the room exhaled. The young woman with Caribbean roots stood next. She did not read from a textbook. She unfolded one of her photocopies, a list of names, ages, and prices from a Danish West Indian plantation register, and, with careful slowness, she read some of the first names aloud, not the prices, not the categories, just the names, and when given, the ages: child, adult, elder, child again. She did not say, "This is my ancestor," or "This is what you did." She only said, in a voice soft but steady, that these were people whose lives had been translated into numbers to make someone else's ledger balance, that for a long time in her family this list had been a rumour, then an ache, then finally a page on a computer screen that made something suddenly, solidly real. She talked briefly about how the island had changed hands, how the flag on the fort had switched, but how the ground still remembered the footsteps of those who had walked to the fields before dawn. Then she sat down, hands trembling just a little as she folded the paper. Others followed. The student read parts of the letter from Tranquebar, a convert writing of his new faith in terms that mixed Tamil imagery and Lutheran language, expressing gratitude and doubt in the same breath, revealing a person who was neither a passive recipient of European influence nor a simple symbol of resistance, but a thinking, feeling soul navigating overlapping worlds. The musician spoke briefly about his childhood in Greenland, about songs half forgotten in schoolyards where Danish was expected, about the way the ice itself seemed to hold a memory of older silences. The bartender said a few words about her grandmother's island, how tourists now sipped cocktails on beaches once worked by people who had never been free to leave, how street names hinted at old owners while most people hurried by, reading only the present-day billboards. Between each story, the guitar filled the space with gentle notes, like water smoothing stones. There were moments when the room tensed, a phrase that might have sounded accusatory, a memory that pricked an old wound, but each time someone else caught the falling weight. The retired teacher, who had spent decades trying to update his lessons in step with slowly changing textbooks, spoke of his own mistakes and blind spots, and of the relief he felt seeing younger generations insisting on more complete stories. A visitor, who had come only for a quick drink, confessed that he had nearly left when he realised what kind of evening this was, fearing an argument, but now found himself unexpectedly grateful for the quiet, unpolished honesty in the room. No single narrative emerged that everyone could agree upon. Instead, what took shape was more like a tapestry of overlapping threads, some bright, some dark, some frayed, some newly knotted. When the last story had been told and the evening had slid well past the hour when the bar usually dimmed its lights for good, the owner did not sum things up. He simply thanked everyone for trusting the room enough to speak into it, and suggested that they sit a little longer in the softened light before stepping back out into the modern city, where notifications and headlines would return to their usual volume. People lingered, some in conversation, some in silence, staring absently at the map without quite seeing it, their thoughts far away on snowy coasts and sugar fields, on forts and churches and taverns long gone. A few scribbled brief lines on the blank coasters and left them on the side table. My grandfather was in Greenland in the 1950s. I never asked him enough. I am from one of the dots on this map. Tonight I felt seen. I don't know what to think, but I will keep listening. Later, much later, when chairs were lifted and glasses washed, the owner found himself alone again beneath the map, as he so often did at the end of the night. The room felt different now, as if the air held more than the usual scent of hops and citrus, a faint residue of spoken names, of letters read aloud, of hesitations and small brave sentences. He traced one of the faint lines on the map with his eyes, from Denmark outward, and imagined, just for a moment, all the taverns we have visited together in this story. Stone houses on stormy headlands, low rooms near forts, island bars under heavy heat, inland inns under oak beams, glowing softly at the same time, like a ring of lanterns strung around the world. And beyond them, further still, he sensed another light, a single room where someone, somewhere, lay in the dark with headphones on, listening to these stories as their breathing slowed, drifting towards sleep, while the ghostly taverns of the Danish Empire kept watch at the edge of their dreams, waiting quietly for whatever images the next night would bring. You are now listening to part 18 of this quiet journey through the taverns of the Danish Empire, and tonight we will follow one listener home from that gentle history night at Imperial Nights, and watch how the taverns we have visited begin to live very quietly inside a single, ordinary life. When the last cups had been emptied and the last stories had faded into the soft hum of the bar, people stepped out into the misty Copenhagen evening one by one, their coats buttoned, their collars turned up, their minds unusually full. Among them walked a woman in a dark jacket and wool scarf, her pace unhurried, a small tote bag bumping softly against her hip. She was not one of the people who had spoken that night. She had sat on the edge of the loose circle, hands wrapped around a mug, letting the stories wash over her. The streets around the harbour were damp and quiet, the lamplight smudged by fine rain, bicycles gliding past with the faint hiss of tyres on wet pavement. In her ears, the voices from the bar kept replaying in fragments, the list of names from the island cemetery, the letter from Tranquebar, the old textbook paragraph that had sounded suddenly so thin. She walked past the new glass buildings, their reflections breaking in puddles at her feet, and thought of the old taverns we have visited together in this story, though she did not put it in those terms. For her they were flashes: a low room in Greenland with whale oil lamps, a sugar-scented bar under tropical stars, a turf-roofed house at an Icelandic harbour, a fort-side tavern where an interpreter had said what he was not supposed to say. They drifted in her mind like images from a dream seen just before waking. Deep inside, a quiet wish was forming, still without words, that there might be some small way for her, in her own ordinary apartment, to keep those images from fading completely when morning came. That wish did not fit neatly with the story she told herself about her life. By day she worked in an office that processed data, columns of numbers, trends in graphs, client reports delivered on schedule. She did her job well. She liked the steady rhythm, the coffee breaks, the co-worker who always brought in pastries on Fridays. Her evenings, more often than not, slipped away in the soft, anesthetic glow of screens. Series to watch, messages to answer, news headlines to scroll past with a mix of worry and fatigue. Part of her longed for something more deliberate, something like the strong, clear lines of purpose she had heard in some of the voices at Imperial Nights, the student with his armful of articles, the bartender with her family documents, the musician whose songs seemed to carry whole landscapes. Another part of her doubted she had anything to add. She was not from any of the dots on the map. Her grandparents had never sailed far or colonized anyone. Her own ancestors' stories were muddy and modest, bound to farms and small towns far from the sea. Who was she, she wondered, to touch this heavy subject at all? Yet the sense that she could simply turn away, that she might let empire remain a word from old school lessons, and not from the living room she would soon unlock. Felt wrong in a way that made her chest tighten. She did not want her role to be just that of a consumer of other people's courage. Outside her, larger currents rushed past unseen. Articles were being published, petitions signed, debates televised about statues to keep or remove, about museums to change, about school curricula to rewrite. Elsewhere in the city, meetings were being held with agendas and minutes, proposals drafted in formal language about how Denmark should understand its past in the 21st century. None of these movements waited for her. They would go on whether she noticed them or not. In that sense, the world's antagonists, the forces that tugged her attention outward, were not only the loud voices defending old narratives or rejecting any criticism, they were also the endless small distractions that tugged at everyone. The dopamine of notifications, the pressure to keep up with every new series, the quiet fatigue that made it so easy to slide into bed with a podcast playing and never quite think about the map on the bar wall again. When she reached her building, with its stairwell smelling faintly of dust and someone else's cooking, she felt those forces like a soft undertow in her own habits. She could, she knew, change into pajamas, scroll through her phone, and let the evening blur. No one would blame her, no one would know the difference. The choice to do anything else would have to come from somewhere very small and very stubborn inside. She was not entirely alone in that inner effort. As she hung up her coat and put the kettle on, messages buzzed her phone. A friend from the bar sending a brief note. "Oh, that was a lot, huh? Thank you for coming." And a photo of the map they had taken before leaving, its faded lines brightened by the flash. On her kitchen table, a book lay open where she had left it earlier in the week, a novel set partly in the West Indies. Its pages had felt distant then, but now certain passages glowed with a different weight in her memory. On the shelf above the table, a framed picture of her grandmother, taken decades ago on a ferry crossing a grey northern sea, seemed to look down with patient eyes, as if reminding her that ordinary people, in modest clothes, had always had some part in great abstract words like nation and history, whether or not they ever saw themselves mentioned in textbooks. These quiet presences, the friend's message, the book, the photograph, did not tell her what to do, but they kept the evening's questions from evaporating entirely as she moved around her small kitchen, making tea and changing into a soft, worn sweater. The small turning point, when it came, was almost laughably simple. Instead of reaching first for the remote on her coffee table, she picked up a notebook. It was just a cheap one, its cover bent at the corners, used mostly for grocery lists, and occasional half-finished to-do plans. She sat on her sofa, legs tucked under her, mug warm between her palms, and opened it to a fresh page. For a minute, she stared at the blankness, feeling silly. Then she wrote, at the top, in block letters that surprised her by how steady they were, "Taverns of the Danish Empire." She smiled at herself. Perhaps she had seen the phrase somewhere, perhaps she was inventing it, but the words felt right, like a title for something that had been circling her thoughts for weeks. Underneath, without worrying about sentence structure or audience, she began to list the places she remembered from the stories she had heard and the ones she had imagined. The Seafort Tavern by the Öresund, the Oak House in Jutland, the White Knight Bar in Christiania, the Snow Harbour Tavern in Iceland, the Fort Gate House in Africa, the Sugar Ship Tavern in the West Indies, the Palm Gate House in Tranquebar, the Dybbøl Boat House, the Bell House in Roskilde, Imperial Nights itself. Some were real, some only real within stories, some mixtures of both. It did not matter. What mattered was that, as she wrote, each name, a little cluster of images, rose in her mind and settled there, tethered now by ink. As the list lengthened, her initial self-consciousness faded. The act of writing, of giving the taverns a place on the page, began to feel less like an assignment and more like lighting a series of candles in a long, dark hall. She found herself adding not only names, but small details she remembered. The way the turf roof had looked from the harbour, the smell of sugar and molasses in the island bar, the sound of ice tapping at windows in Greenland, the quiet authority of the woman in the Dybbøl boathouse, the map on the wall in Copenhagen. She did not worry about being accurate. This was not a school exercise. It was something more private, more tender, a way of telling herself that these places, whether historical or imagined, mattered enough to hold in mind. And with each detail she wrote, the distance between her living room and those far-flung rooms shrank a little. The past did not rush in like a flood. It seeped gently into the edges of her ordinary life. When her hand grew tired, she put the pen down and simply sat, listening to the kettle's faint ticking as it cooled and the muffled sounds of neighbours moving in their own apartments. Her mind wandered, not to new facts or debates, but to a question that was both very small and very large. What, if anything, should she do with this? She did not feel called to become a historian or an activist overnight. She did not have a YouTube channel or a podcast, but she realized that she could do one modest thing over and over in the years ahead. She could carry these stories into the conversations and decisions that crossed her path. When her office considered a project with legacy ties to old trade routes, she could raise a hand and ask a gentle question about context. When friends made throwaway remarks about those days when we had colonies, she could kindly bring up the names of people who had lived under that flag in ways that did not feel proud at all. When she travelled, if she ever found herself standing near a restored fort or an old sugar mill, she could let her eyes rest not only on the view, but on the unseen rooms where people had once argued, sung, and survived. None of this would be heroic, but it would be a way of making sure that the taverns of the old empire did not exist only in distant books or somebody else's documentary. They would live in a small, stubborn way in the choices of one more ordinary person. As she grew sleepy, the notebook still open beside her, the television remote untouched, she lay down on the sofa and let her eyelids lower. The images she had summoned drifted across the inside of her mind. Lamplight on wooden tables, snow swirling outside a turf-roofed house, palm leaves stirring in Caribbean darkness, monsoon rain drumming on a veranda roof, cathedral bells echoing through a low-beamed room. They did not come in order. They were not teaching her anything now. They were simply there, like quiet companions sitting nearby while her breathing slowed. Somewhere between waking and sleep, she imagined another night at Imperial Nights a few months from now, the chairs arranged again in a circle, new faces at the tables, perhaps even herself standing for a moment to read from the list in her notebook, sharing not expert knowledge, but the simple fact that these places had stayed with her. Outside her window, the city lights shimmered on the damp pavement. In some other apartment, someone flicked through channels. In another, someone else read headlines and sighed. Far away, on coasts no longer claimed by any Danish official, taverns and bars and small houses of light continued their own nightly rituals, serving drinks, telling jokes, closing doors against wind and rain. And as the woman finally drifted into sleep, her notebook lying open on the coffee table, the taverns of the Danish Empire, real and imagined, past and present, seemed to gather more closely around her, not to trouble her dreams, but to stand like patient hosts, at the edge of her rest, waiting to see with a kind of gentle curiosity what shape their stories would take when she, and others like her, woke up again and carried them forward into another day. You are now listening to part 19 of this quiet journey through the taverns of the Danish Empire, and tonight we will return once more to the bar called Imperial Nights, on an evening when something new begins under the faded map, a plan to turn all these rooms and lanterns and quiet conversations into stories meant to be listened to in the dark, with eyes closed and phones glowing softly like tiny hearths. Months had passed since that first tentative history night. Outside, the city had changed its coat. Autumn's drizzle had given way to winter's clear, sharp air, then to spring that smelled of wet soil and faint flowers along the canals. Inside Imperial Nights, the routine had deepened like a groove in wood. On ordinary evenings, couples and co-workers still came for drinks, birthdays were still toasted, messages still buzzed on screens. But on certain nights, marked only by a small note on the chalkboard, "Quiet stories tonight," the chairs were rearranged, the music turned low, and people gathered again under the map. New faces appeared. Old regulars returned. Some who had only planned to have one drink found themselves staying until the lamps burned low, listening to stories that stretched from icy coast to sugar fields, from fort walls to small houses of light. The bar's owner, polishing glasses behind the counter, watched these nights with a kind of cautious wonder. He had not expected them to last, yet here they were, nodding themselves into the bar's identity as surely as the shelves and the taps. Deep inside, a new desire had begun to take shape, a quiet, insistent wish that these stories should not live only within these walls, at these tables. He wanted them to travel, as the old ships had travelled, but in a gentler way, to drift outward in the dark to people who might never walk down this street, who might never stand beneath this map, but who might still need a soft voice to carry them towards sleep. That wish did not come without its own shadows. On nights when the bar was closed and silence pooled in the room like still water, he would stand beneath the map and imagine what it would mean to record these stories, to turn them into audio that could be paused, replayed, shared. Part of him had already begun to sketch the idea, a series of calm episodes, each about a tavern or a moment, told in a voice slow enough for midnight, with no jangling advertisement cutting through the hush. But another part of him hesitated. Once spoken into a microphone, once uploaded, the stories would change. They would be caught in the nets of algorithms and recommendations, pulled into lists beside louder, sharper content. Would they be forced to shout to be noticed? Would he be tempted to simplify, to make them more dramatic, more hooky, smoothing away the uncertainty and quietness that gave them their real weight? The very tools that could carry the tales to a listener lying in bed on the other side of the world were also built to favour speed over depth, volume over murmur. He worried that by turning the bar's evenings into content, he might betray the very slowness that made them feel like a refuge. The tension sat in him like a stone, the wish to share meeting the fear of distorting. Beyond his door, the larger world of stories and attention whirred faster than ever. New shows appeared on platforms every week, promising quick histories of empires in 10 minutes, battles rendered in bright graphics, scandals teased out in cliffhangers designed to keep people watching past midnight. Social media rewarded hot takes, short clips, strong opinions. In that noisy sea, a series of unhurried, sleep-friendly tales about taverns in a long-vanished empire seemed like a very small boat indeed. Friends warned him, half joking, that if he wanted anyone to click, he would need shocking titles, dramatic thumbnails, maybe even arguments to fan in the comments. He recoiled from that thought, yet he knew that simply ignoring the way the digital harbour worked would not make it kinder. The antagonists of his project were not only ignorance and forgetting, they were also the quiet coercions of metrics and trends, the way even well-meaning creators were nudged toward sensationalism. If he moved forward, he would have to find allies, people who understood both the old rhythms of storytelling and the new currents of technology, and who would help him hold a calm line. Those allies were already within reach, gathered almost casually around his bar. The Greenlandic musician, with his guitar case and his songs full of ice and long nights, understood how to let sound create a space where time seemed to move differently. He offered to compose simple, repeating motifs, bare melodies like waves, like breathing, that could sit beneath a voice without demanding attention. The student from South Asia, who juggled seminar papers with shifts at the bar, knew the world of podcasts and audio platforms. He had a small microphone of his own, and he spoke about bit rates and noise reduction with the same care he gave to footnotes. The bartender, with Caribbean roots, whose family trees touched places on the map, understood how to keep narratives honest. She offered to listen to drafts and lightly raise an eyebrow if a phrase slid too close to romance, where there should be caution. Even the woman with the notebook, the one who had gone home and written Taverns of the Danish Empire at the top of a page, became part of the circle. She shyly showed the owner her list one evening. He recognized, in her careful handwriting, a kind of map of the story they were all beginning to tell. Together, in small after-hours conversations, they began to sketch what a recorded version might look and feel like. The night they finally tried was not a grand occasion. There were no cameras, no stage lights, no audience beyond a few upturned chairs and the familiar bottles watching from the shelves. It was late. The bar had closed. The street outside was quiet. The student set up his modest microphone on a small tripod, threading the cable carefully to the laptop perched on a bar stool. The musician tested a soft progression of chords, barely audible until the owner nodded that it sounded like the right kind of hush. The bartender sat at a table with a cup of tea, a silent witness and friendly critic. On the counter lay a few handwritten pages, not a script in the strict sense, but a loose outline of the first tavern story, the one by the Øresund, with its view of warships and merchantmen slipping past at dusk. The owner took a slow breath, feeling both ridiculous and strangely solemn. He was not a trained narrator. His voice, he thought, was too ordinary, too frayed by years of calling out drink orders. But perhaps, he decided, ordinary was what these stories needed. He glanced once at the map, then at the little red light on the microphone, and began to speak. At first, his words stumbled. He worried about every sentence, every pause, about whether his accent would carry across headphones in another country. But as the minutes passed, the bar's familiar quiet wrapped itself around him like an old coat. He imagined, as he had imagined on so many solitary nights, someone lying in a dark room, a phone screen dimmed, listening, not as a student cramming for an exam, not as a tourist collecting facts, but as a tired person letting the images of old rooms and lanterns draw a thin curtain between their day and their sleep. He slowed down. He let the story breathe. He described the salt on the tavern steps, the sound of rigging singing in wind, the way conversations in low voices could still hold an empire's tensions without ever naming them aloud. The guitar moved underneath, a few notes repeating like the gentle rocking of water against hulls. When he reached the end of that first tale, he did not reach for a grand conclusion. He let his voice rest on an image, a lantern seen from the sea, a small light that told sailors there was shelter near at hand. Then he fell silent. The room felt as if it were listening back. They played the recording through the bar's speakers once, all four of them sitting very still as their own room echoed itself back at them. There were flaws, of course, a chair creaking, a word mispronounced, the hum of a fridge faintly audible under the music. But there was also something else, something they had been hoping for without being able to name it. The story did not feel like a lecture. It felt like someone sitting at the next table over, talking softly while the night grew deeper. It did not tell everything. It did not absolve or accuse. It simply held a small piece of the past in a warm, steady light. The bartender's eyebrow did not rise. Instead, she smiled a little sadly and said, "I could fall asleep to that." The musician nodded, already thinking about the next melody. The student checked the audio levels and said that, technically, it was good enough. High praise from him. The owner sat with his elbows on his knees, hands clasped, and let out a breath he felt he had been holding since the idea first appeared. They did not upload it that night. It felt too raw, too new. Instead, they saved the file, gave it a working title, and agreed to record a few more before sending them out into the larger sea. Over the next weeks, they met after closing whenever energy allowed, moving from tavern to tavern in their telling. The Snow Harbour in Iceland, the Fort Gatehouse in Africa, the Sugar Ship Bar in the Caribbean, the Dybbøl boathouse near the trenches. Each time they adjusted a little, softening a phrase here, adding a line of context there, listening for places where the story might either wound or soothe. The notebook woman contributed her own notes, pointing out moments that had stayed with her from the live history nights. Sometimes, quietly, she tried reading a paragraph herself, testing whether her voice might also become part of the series. Slowly, a small archive of midnights grew on the student's laptop. Not polished studio productions, but honest recordings, full of breath and lamp hum, and the faint echo of glasses being stacked in the background. Eventually, the night came when they decided it was time to let the first episode go. The student prepared the file, typed a description simple enough to match the tone, no exclamation marks, no promises of shocking revelations, just a gentle invitation to sit for a while in a tavern by the Øresund and listen. They chose a time late in the evening, when they imagined most listeners might be winding down. They pressed the button that made the story available on distant servers none of them would ever see. Then they sat at the bar, under the map, watching nothing in particular. A dribble of condensation on a glass, the reflection of a street lamp in the window. Outside, the city moved on, unaware. Inside, 4 people, and a microphone had just turned their small circle of evenings into something that might, or might not, find its way into other lives. Somewhere, not very far away, in an apartment with a notebook on the coffee table, a woman scrolling through her phone saw the new episode appear. The title made her smile. The description made her heart slow a little. She plugged in her headphones, dimmed the screen, and lay back on her sofa. In another city, someone who had never set foot in Denmark, but who often searched for sleep stories, saw the same episode, and out of curiosity pressed play. In a dorm room, a history student clicked on it, expecting perhaps to take quick notes, but finding instead that their eyelids grew heavy as the tavern by the Øresund unfolded in their mind. And in all those rooms, as the voice from Imperial Nights drifted out of tiny speakers into the dark. The long chain of taverns, stone and timber and turf and brick, from forts and harbours and borderlands, found a new, invisible place to gather. In the quiet just before sleep, when the day loosens its grip and the past can sit down at the table without demanding anything more than to be gently, briefly remembered. And somewhere beyond even that, in a future night not yet reached, a storyteller would cue up this very part 19, whispering to an unseen audience that we are nearly at the end of our journey, that one more tavern waits for us, not in any particular city, but in the space where all these rooms and stories meet, the last soft-lit house where we will say thank you, dim the lamps, and let the taverns of the Danish Empire fade, slowly and kindly, into the kind of silence that helps a listener finally drift away. You are now listening to part 20, the last step in this quiet journey through the taverns of the Danish Empire. And tonight we will enter a tavern that stands nowhere on any map and yet touches all the places we have visited. A small, soft-lit house at the edge of sleep itself, where all the other rooms are reflected like candle flames in polished glass, and where this story will bow, whisper thank you, and walk you gently to the door of your dreams. Imagine it like this. The night is neither cold nor hot, neither from north nor south. Outside there is no city to name, no harbour to chart, only a kind of shadowed shoreline where waves move without hurry. There sound a long, slow breath in the dark. Along this shore stands a single building, modest and low, its walls made of wood and stone that seem to have borrowed colours from every tavern we have known. A hint of turf green from Iceland, a memory of coral white from Caribbean forts, a wash of brick red like Roskilde's houses, a trace of Copenhagen's pale plaster under lamplight. Above the door hangs a sign that changes each time you look at it. Sometimes it shows a ship, sometimes a lantern, sometimes just a quiet table seen from above. There are no words on the sign because everyone who reaches this place already carries the necessary names inside. This is the tavern where stories end their wandering for the night. Inside, the air is soft and slightly cool, smelling faintly of every room we've passed through, a suggestion of coffee and beer, of pine smoke and sugar, of sea salt and old paper. The lamps burn low, their flames steady, as if guarded by a careful hand. The keeper of this tavern is not quite any one person you have met, and yet you might recognize them in fragments. In the way they straighten a chair, there is something of the woman in the Dybbøl boat house. In the way they listen before speaking, you can hear the patience of the fort gate clerk and the Greenlandic innkeeper. When they pour a drink, their gesture carries a faint echo of the bartender at the sugar ship and the cook in Tranquebar. Their eyes hold both the harbour light of Copenhagen and the snow-reflected glow of Iceland's winter. They walk with a slow, measured step between the tables, as if careful not to disturb the thin, invisible threads that connect each seat to another room, another time. Deep within, this keeper lives a single, simple desire to hold a little space where all these scattered tales of empire and trade, of loss and adaptation, of injustice and small kindness can rest together without competing, without shouting, without needing to prove anything. They want this tavern to be the place where the journey's noise falls away, leaving only a quiet sense that you have travelled far and are, for the moment, safe. Yet even here, in this house beyond maps, doubts curl like smoke in the corners. On certain evenings, when the tavern is almost empty and the keeper stands alone near the door, they wonder whether stories truly matter as much as they have chosen to believe. What good is it, they ask themselves, to weave patient narratives about taverns and lanterns and low rooms when the world beyond is full of louder dangers and harsher choices? Does it change anything that we have sat with a captain in Christian Spore's shadow or walked with a clerk in Tranche Bar, that we have listened to workers in Greenland or merchants in Copenhagen talk into their cups? Perhaps people will forget these tales as soon as sleep comes, waking with only a faint impression of lamplight and wood grain, of foreign coasts and drifting snow. The keeper feels the old fear that storytelling is only a pleasant veil drawn over harder realities, that all these carefully lit rooms are mere illusions, distractions from the work that must be done in daylight. Inside them, the question settles like a weight. Are we really doing something, or are we just drawing gentle patterns on the surface of deeper water? Outside, beyond the reach of this impossible tavern's walls, the forces that shape waking life continue their restless work. Empires rise and fall, flags change, economies shift, arguments flare about what should be remembered and what should be left alone. People go to work, pay bills, worry about their children, check headlines that sting for a moment and then drown under the next wave of urgency. In that world, the antagonists of quiet memory are not just ignorance and denial, they are exhaustion and hurry, the thousand small demands that pull attention away from anything that does not shout. The taverns we have visited, the Seafort Inn by the Öresund, the White Knight House in Christiania, the Snow Harbour Tavern in Iceland, the Sugar Ship Bar, the Palm Gate House, the Fort Gate Room in Africa, the Dybbøl Boathouse, the Bell House in Roskilde, Imperial Nights in modern Copenhagen, are all vulnerable to that outside wind. Their stories can be thinned, simplified, turned into tourist gloss or forgotten footnotes. This borderless tavern at the end of our journey cannot stop that vast weather. It has no parliament, no army, no algorithm to command. All it can do is hold a little pool of stillness into which the rush of the day does not entirely reach. The keeper is not alone in sustaining that stillness. The allies in this last house are gentle, almost invisible. There is you, breathing quietly somewhere in the dark, your body slowly letting go of the day's tension as you listen. There are others like you, in different cities and rooms, who feel a certain comfort in knowing that their sleep is being ushered in, not by noise or spectacle, but by the slow unfolding of human lives long gone. At one table sits the echo of the Greenlandic musician's guitar, his soft chords looping like calm waves. At another, the notebook of the woman who wrote down Taverns of the Danish Empire, its pages open, ready to catch any stray detail that might otherwise slip away. In a corner, the old bell ringer from Roskilde sits with his hands folded, listening to bells only he can hear. Near him, the interpreter from Christiansborg, the clerk from Tranque Bar, the Snow Harbour sister, the Dybbøl innkeeper, and the modern bartender with Caribbean roots all take their seats in the form of remembered attitudes, small gestures, tones of voice. They say nothing now. Their work in the story is done. But their presence lends weight to the room, a sense that the silence here is not empty, but full of lives that have been honoured by being told carefully, not rushed past. Tonight is the closest thing this place has to a climactic moment, though it does not look like one. There are no raised voices, no sudden revelations, no doors thrown open. The tavern is almost full, but with a quiet crowd, not the living individuals themselves, yet not mere symbols either, more like the settled impressions they have left behind in your mind. On one wall, The faded map from Imperial Nights hangs, its lines and dots glimmering faintly, as if lit from within. Opposite it, unseen but felt, stand the unseen windows of a Greenland harbour tavern and an Icelandic one, their panes frosted with breath and snow. Somewhere above the bar, a shelf of invisible bottles holds sugar and salt and whale oil and spices, not as commodities now, but as scents remembered. The keeper walks slowly to the centre of the room and places a small lamp on the main table. For a moment, the flame burns a little brighter, drawing every gaze. Then the keeper speaks, not loudly and not for long. They do not retell all we have heard. They only say, in effect, that this is the point where the journey turns into something you will carry by yourself. That stories do not live inside taverns or books or recordings, but inside the people who remembered them, even imperfectly. That whatever has touched you in these rooms now belongs quietly to you. And then comes the part that matters most. Not the words, but what follows. One by one, in this tavern that stands nowhere and everywhere, the lamps begin to dim. Not all at once, never abruptly. The light over the Seafort table softens first, leaving just a glow on the imagined Öresund outside. The lantern above the snow harbour bench in Iceland flickers, then steadies into a small coal red ember. The sugar ship's warm Caribbean hue draws in its brightness, the shadows deepening as the music there trails off into memory. In Christiansborg's corner, the light thins until only the faces remain. Then those two dissolve into a gentler darkness from which the interpreter's single brave sentence still lingers. The Dybbøl boathouse lamps recede, leaving only the sensation of straw on the floor and the distant dull echo of guns now long silent. The bell house in Roskilde lets its glow sink into the grain of the tables, while far above, unnoticed but ever present, bells give one last distant ring. Finally, even the modern lamps of Imperial Nights, those carefully chosen bulbs above a bar in Copenhagen, dim in your mind, their light folding itself into the tiny indicator on your phone screen, the last bit of brightness in your room. The keeper moves quietly, as if drawing curtains, not to shut you out, but to soften everything that might keep you too awake. If there is anything left unsaid, a question, a detail, a chapter you wish had lasted a little longer, that too is part of the design. Stories that help us sleep are not meant to be perfectly finished. They are meant to leave a gentle space where your own thoughts can drift in, without urgency, without being chased. Perhaps you find yourself thinking of a particular tavern more than the others. The Snow Harbour room in the storm, the sugar ship bar with its heavy air, the Fort Gate house under an African sky, the Palm Gate veranda in the monsoon, the Dybbøl inn full of wounded, the bell house under its bells, the modern bar with its faded map. Perhaps one of their keepers feels so familiar that you see someone you know in them. Perhaps all you retain is an impression of warm wood and low voices, a sense of having travelled through many rooms and yet never having had to move at all. That is enough. Now the last lamp on the central table is very small. The keeper rests a hand lightly on its metal rim, as if to thank the flame for its service. Around you, wherever you are lying or sitting, the darkness in your own room has changed. Almost imperceptibly, it is softer at the edges. The sounds of your surroundings have drifted a little farther away, as if someone has gently closed a door at the end of the corridor. You might hear your own breathing more clearly, feel the weight of your body deepen into the bed or sofa. In this final moment, There is nothing more you are required to understand, no lesson you must carry like a burden. The taverns we have visited have given you what they can, a sense of human beings across time and distance, gathering under roofs to endure, to argue, to sing, to hope, and to rest. The keeper looks one last time around the room, the impossible room that holds all the others. In that look is a quiet gratitude for the tavern keepers and patrons whose lives seeded these stories, for the listeners who have carried them across the thin bridge between waking and sleep, for you. Without you, these rooms would be empty. With you, they have warmth, even if only in thought. And then the keeper leans forward, and with a single gentle breath, they blow out the last lamp. For a heartbeat, there is nothing but darkness and the echo of that soft exhale. Then, slowly, a different kind of light arrives. The dim, familiar glow behind your closed eyes. The private, shifting images of your own dreams beginning to wake. The taverns of the Danish Empire recede now, not vanished, but stepping back respectfully to the shore, their doors closed, their windows dark, their presence felt only as a faint warmth in the distance. If you wish, you can visit them again another night. For now they stand watch in silence, while you drift further and further away, carried like a small safe boat into the deep, gentle waters of your sleep.